Okay, it should be here now. Either Flagger, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Right, and just like I said yesterday, I took yesterday off. Right, well, we're finally back. Alright, let's see. What are they talking about here? All the 3.0 stuff? Okay. Okay then. Cool, cool, cool. Let's get dailies and everything done. Let's get all that stuff done, because I haven't done that yet. Oh, I still haven't done like the other event thing that they have. Hi, some. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's see. Which cities join up even? Okay, endgame. And I'll do warp server stuff later as well. Yeah, Lana. Soon we'll have Lana. Very, very soon. And then we'll get to mess around with Lana. Right, 4 more days. Right, 4 more days for Lana. 4 more days. Okay. Let's go on over there. Hi, Mazvara. Welcome, welcome as well, and Merry Christmas as well. Right, a bit late on the whole Merry Christmas thing, but hey, here we are. Yeah, it's like the only way to freaking farm in that game, man. It's literally the only way. I do it as well for the Luna Mementos because, what you can do as well for Luna Mementos, you do like stage 6 or level 60 or level 70 stage, and you do the one to just continue to the next wave, and then you only have to check on it like once an hour, because it's gonna fail around like wave 13, maybe wave 14, it'll fail, and then you just reset it up again. Yeah, that's the thing though, right? You just farm it on Android. It's way better anyways, just farm it on Android. Don't use with an Android emulator. Yeah, cause like it is so much of a pain to do any of that stuff. Imagine doing it yourself manually. Alright. Because like, yeah, it is so boring, so tedious, and so like just... Ugh. Ugh. It's like farm it. Like actually, it's just... Why not just use the emulator? Yeah, just use the emulator. It's like the only way, man. Imagine using your phone for that. Imagine. To be honest, I'm pretty sure your 6-year-old Xiaomi phone might actually be better than my current phone. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Because, like, I just use a cheap-ass phone that I got. Whatever. Fair enough. But yeah, just leaving it on, like, a computer with the emulator and just having it run so much better. But, like... yeah. Got that one done. Let me check my alt. My alt needs suspended turret. Wait, that's suspended. There we go. Good. At least it's easy dailies. But I also need to do the stupid event here. Reindeer Express. 3 days left. And I gotta get the vouchers. Oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna need like a lot of these. Because Lana's altered, and altered just takes 80% more materials than literally anything else. I've been doing that for years. Can you even like make a group to do it, or do you have to match it? How many players is this? Because, like, I need to do a bunch of those. Reindeer. Come on. Think about people, come on in. Surely we can get people for Reindeer Express. Anyone? Is the game just way too dead? Yeah. Wait, it's 16 player? Oof. How many freaking thing is this one? This shit is so dead. Damn, and nobody wants to do this shit. A wasted event indeed. Wait, I remember that event. We had it last year. So there's nobody doing it. Everything is the warp server, not Edge server. Everything is just on the warp server, man. Imagine doing something on this server. Okay. Yeah, there's no more pumpkins until tomorrow. He's like, yeah, like everyone just does shit on warp server, man. Who does stuff on the Edge server? Alright, like who does stuff on this server? We just keep timing out, man. Do I even like really need these? How many characters are even left for me to upgrade? Like actually. I still need to do Void Abyss as well. I still need to get that done before the patch ends. Because like yeah, everything I've been doing has just been on Warp server. Not really doing shit on this server. Everything be on Warped. Oh fuck, where do I even see those upgrade modules? For the thing. There's so much just random crap in here, I don't know what where anything is. How many of these do I even have? 32, 33, 90, 111, 48. What's missing? Just you. But because like there's no more zero ones, I'm just like letting it slowly happen through the random drives. So it's just 6 of them. Yeah, like at this point I only need like, what, 400 shards or something? I don't have all of them done. 400, 500 shards. When we can't consider up to Lana. It's not really that much. All things considered. Like yeah, it really isn't all that much. Yes, I was able to get it to work. It's kind of annoying though. Because it's like laggier than it was before. It's even laggier. It's not as good as it used to be. It's like the optimization is like a lot worse. The game is so much laggier on the emulator than before. I swear, like, who the fuck worked on it? Was it 2000 Yandere dev clones? Yeah, BlueStacks. I had to use the latest version instead of the older version. But the older version of BlueStacks is so much better than the current version. Because the older version didn't have the stupid annoying ad pop-up thing. How many waves do you go in the level 50 macro? Because the level 60 macro, I can go to wave 13, sometimes wave 14 clear. In an hour. But like, yeah, it's whatever. Alright, let's get this done. If no one's gonna do it, we'll just go into the warp server. It's only 2 pulls anyway that we're just missing out on. And I literally just got like, what, 42 pulls in the mail earlier? Or something. Alright, let's get on to the next one. Hi Tara, welcome, welcome. Yep, Merry Christmas to you guys. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna like do this. Not with this one. Because I need these materials. I'm gonna need a bunch of those eventually anyways, and by eventually I mean I will need a bunch of those materials in a few days. So I might as well use them there. I don't really need the condoms that much anymore. Because eventually you just get caught up with the condom stuff anyways. Eventually you just do. Because of the rate of the releases and everything. And I have just a bunch of unused condoms. So, don't need the condoms. And if I don't need the condoms, I might as well just dump them on the other thing. Speaking of Christmas, what's the worst present you guys got? Because I got a pretty terrible present from Newegg this morning. I woke up to an email to see that an order for a back-ordered SSD I got, for a Kingston SSD got cancelled. And then, Newegg re-updated the price to be 5 times what I originally would have paid for it. Can we just, like, murder, like, all the AI pros, man? Like, drop a nice nuke on, like, Facebook, what's called OpenAI and shit. You know, kill Mark Zuckerberg, murderize Sam Altman and friends. Just like kill them all. That'd be nice. Like actually. Oh, and then kill the replacements too. Hey, at least it's, you know, hey, that's at least not a, that's still a lot better than what I dealt with. Like, actually, man. Oh, and don't worry, everything's just gonna get worse next year, too. If it isn't already getting worse now. It's only gonna get worse. Don't worry. You know, don't worry, it's only gonna get worse. Because, like, I had an SSD back-ordered from, on Newegg before the prices started skyrocketing, and it was supposed to, like, ship, like, early next year. In early January. And then they're like, nah, we cancel it, then they freaking raise the price by, like, 5 times the amount. So that's just great. Alright, isn't that just great? Eh. Yeah, like nobody's gonna do the thing. Yeah, might as well click that. Are they actually gonna make RAM? I don't believe them. Because unless they're actually gonna start making the chips, I don't believe them. Because, like, it's the same thing, like, let's say Corsair, they sell RAM, but they don't make the RAM. Like, are they actually, like, do they actually have fabs? Are they actually manufacturing RAM chips? And not just rebranding someone else's? Because that's what I want to know. Are they actually making RAM? And not just rebranding someone else's? Because if they're just rebranding, I don't give a fuck. Like, if Asus is, like, actually, doing that, you know? I get the feeling it's just them rebranding. I highly doubt they're actually making RAM. Highly, highly doubt it. If they're, like, actually making RAM, then great. But I doubt that. I really, really, really doubt that. Because, like, nothing's going to change if all they're doing is buying someone else's RAM and rebranding. Nothing's going to change. At all. And, like, here's the worst part, though. The worst part is when eventually they hit the capacity and these companies have overstock in their in their production. Nobody's gonna be able to make use of the shit they produce because none of that stuff will be able to be put to use in regular systems anyways. Like, what the fuck are people gonna do with HBM RAM modules if they can't put it on anything? What the hell are people gonna do with ECC RAM modules, for example, if, you know, their systems cannot accept them. Right? Like, shit's why if you go on, like, eBay, you look at RAM prices, you look at ECC DDR4, that shit hasn't changed. ECC DDR4 RAM modules cost the same way they did a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago even. The price did not change. Nobody's giving a fuck. Because what happens if you go buy that, and let's say you build out an AM4 system with, I don't know, a 5700 X3D, or using an older, a 14th gen Intel system with the DDR4 motherboard. Because that platform has DDR4 and DDR5 support. Oh right, you can't use it. Because it will not work. That's why the price of that has not changed. You can find ECC DIMMs for cheap. Because nobody can buy and use them. The only way you can make use of those is if you go and buy a used server and then just shove it into that used server. Yes, the Discord pings are for me. People are like tagging me with the XDD emoji. But yeah. I'm sorry about that. It is kind of annoying. It's like, I find it annoying too when I go watch a video and stuff. It's like, okay, who pinged me? And like, when the video recording has like a Discord notification thing. I find it annoying too, don't worry. I totally understand. Yeah, so I guess we just forget that, we ignore the tuples. Just pretend the tuples don't exist from the Reindeer Express event. But yeah. Alright, what's the other thing I'm looking for? I'm just making sure to just buy everything from the shop on my alt. But yeah, I've been multi-boxing this stuff for a while. It's not hard to multi-box. There were multiple pings there, and not all of them were yours. 2 of those pings was someone just like freaking tagging me with the emote for the thing. I need points too if people want to do that. So we have 4. Okay. Wait, no, we got people to do it. Let's go. Wait, which one is mine? Oh wait. I was like confused for a sec. Oh, come on! Oh wait, I should just like... Wait, what? Oh wait, it's so big ring, just crash in the opposite direction. Just wait through this then. We just wait. Mm-hmm. But the reason why I got pinged was because I posted somewhere where, like, the idiots made the comparisons are like vegans walking into a steakhouse and then getting mad that the only vegan item on the menu is, like, a small salad that you can get as a side dish. That's why they were, like, responding with the, they pinged me with the XZD emoji. Because they're like, a vegan's going into a steakhouse and then getting mad at the only vegan item in there. Right? Like, if you're a vegan, you wouldn't go to a steakhouse for food. But yeah. Hi there, shonen manga protagonist, welcome. I mean, like, it was on the thing where it's like, something about ToF being, attacked or something over something. Or whatever. And, like, I made that joke. They're like vegans going to a steakhouse. Alright, I'm just gonna damage boost my way through this. Alright. Wait. Thank you. Because that's just faster than running. Sometimes getting hit in the opposite direction is faster. Actual big brain gameplay right here. I'll just go get this one. Right, there's nothing else for me to grab. Well, whoever got partnered with my ult gets to get last place by default. Rip whoever got matched with my alt. No, I guess you can do that too, and just... But my strat was damage boosting. Right, my strat is getting hit to damage boost. Right, I went after the big brain strat that like speedrunners would use sometimes. Getting hit on purpose. Play all with feet. I don't have stuff set up to do that. But yeah, like, I wonder if people figured out you can just damage boost. If you see the car going in, just turn around in the opposite direction, get hit and get sent where you want to go. Of course there is. Yeah, now what I want are these augment boxes. Because, altered units guzzle them up like nothing. You need all you can get for altered. I need a board. Wherever you... Wherever you go. I need a board. Everyone just queue. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Surely you didn't have a really rude awakening whatever when you got up. Alright, let's get in. It's just hard to get a match because nobody wants to do this. Like, let's be real. Yeah, damage boosting is the strat here. Like that. Imagine I'm just taking the damage boost. Yeah, looks like there's 2 teams of AFK right there. Fine. This mode sucks. Whatever. Core can carry me. These guys get an easier time because nobody is hitting the buttons for the cards. There's one team with fully AFK, but then other thing is like a semi-AFK. Yeah. The difference between a little more and a little less, pretty much. Damn, Team 1 has got like so much. Yeah, if your team wins, you get so much more points. Grab those. But yeah, at least people are like matching now, so we can just get everything. Yeah, this time I'll do it on my ult. Getting it on purpose is funny. Right, like, getting hit on purpose. How many of you guys like play games and do that? It's like you're already like in a spot where like you're not gonna get max points anyways, but you can get hit on purpose to speed up. So like why not? Sorry, Quark, you're gonna get last place. I think. Surely Princess Official can carry my ult. Surely. But yeah, in this one, there's only one person controlling the cars. Only one player is controlling the cars here. So, like, the people doing this side have the easiest time. Because, like, no one... no one is, like, doing anything with the cars. Alright. Rip Clark. You should have turned around and went the opposite direction. If you're about to get hit by a car, just turn around and go the opposite direction. That way you get knocked backwards. It's the big brain strat. It's called damage boosting. Right? Just... yeah, sorry about that. My ult is further behind on points, because it's been in last place for each of the runs, so... now I'm controlling my ult. To at least help a little bit. Rip. Wait, only 2 people are doing this side. Let me pick up the freaking box. Sometimes picking up the boxes are so bored. They cook too much animation just to pick up the box, man. Alright, now we just wait. Nah. But yeah, damage boosting strats be funny. Damn, team 1, they're gonna get like they have like a massive lead. Team 1 has a massive lead, man. Look at that point lead. Over 1,000 points. That's crazy. Why would it be a joke, man? Okay, I'm at 3,000 out of 3,600 points. Oh wait, I don't even care anymore. The rest of the rewards are worthless. I got all the good rewards now. Cool. I didn't think I was gonna get this done. But hey, we got it done. I thought we weren't gonna get it done. But yeah, we got everything. Wait, event 4? What's event 4? I'm capped then. Yeah, I'm capped on the other event. I managed to get that done. That's because it is. No, it straight up is. They've done this event multiple times in different areas. We even had one underwater 2 years ago. I've been playing a bunch of Mega Bonk. Good stuff there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like a 3D Vampire Survivors. Santa brought me more reasons to want the AI bros on a pike. More reasons to want Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, and a couple other bozos heads on a pike. That's what I got. You know, I had an SSD on back order for Newegg for like almost a month that was supposed to like arrive like next week. I get a notification saying my order has been cancelled, and then Newegg just like went to that SSD model and multiplied the price by 5. So rip the 4TB NVMe drive I bought, or was going to buy, that was on back order. So yeah, if any one of you wants to drop a nuke and then murderize everyone there, you have my support. You have my support. Yeah, put his head on a pike too, man. Like, put his head on a pike too. I want them all dead. All of them. Kill them all. With extreme prejudice, just kill them all. But like that. No, you need that, need that freaking, what? That Geos power, whatever. Apparently, because I heard recently there's gonna be another Code Geos thing again, or whatever. It's like one of the best lines from that anime. When Lelouch uses his thing on someone, and it was like telling them to like kill them all with extreme prejudice. What a line to say. Yeah, I saw like some sort of notification from my anime list in my email like not too long ago. And then like one of the things I remember is like that line where he tells to like I'm not sure. I just saw something Code Geos. It was like in my email or whatever. There's no information available, there's just a page. Code Geass, Aspal the Star Chaser. So like, it's probably a new series. And don't worry, there's also gonna be a Gate Season 2 as well sometime coming. The Gate Season 2, that's the JSDF bot, that thing. Apparently there's gonna be a second season of that. Whatever that is. So that's at least something else to look forward to. I just need to do, Void Abyss on here, I guess. I'll probably get that done tomorrow or something. The JSDF propaganda one, yeah. It's still fun for what it is, even if you look past that part, though. It's still a fun one. in its own way. Cool stuff there.
The deep space is.
Alright, let's get logged in. Oh yeah, sure. I need, the only thing I want to be doing is, like, 3-star modules. Okay, cool, invite me, I'll come. That's, like, the only thing I want to do with that. 3-star only. But yeah, like, the freaking optimization is so bad, even in old areas. For the fucking Do It Night Abyss update. It's so bad. It'd be nice if we didn't have to do anchor shifts in Vera, if we could do them in other maps. Doing it every week in Vera is kinda ass. Like, it's kinda just after a while doing it in Vera. The performance is noticeably worse. Very much noticeably worse. Yes, I did. It's still really, really bad. The optimization there. You know, I wonder though if it might be interesting to like swap this out for Gray Fox in the other slot. Because apparently there's a bug with Gray Fox. Because Gray Fox apparently has their collapse damage bug too. On Global Warped. Because of 10-cent spaghetti code. I don't know. I only played the original Blue Protocol before DOS. I didn't bother with Star Resonance. Yeah. God damn it, I need purple modules. I need purples, man. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Nothing really new unlocks for a while. Like the reality is like there's not really any of the stuff until we get to level 70. Like that's like the next big break point. But also, it's like the whales already just, like, they just buy everything they need and move on. Assuming they don't already have everything. Yeah, when they find out what Origin of War is. Like, that's the hard content they want. They think the thing is too easy now, then they get Origin of War, then they get slapped. Yeah, you thought Final Trial was hard? Origin of War is the same stuff from Final Trial, but on steroids. Like, a Final Trial just uses copy-paste bosses from Origin of War. You're just, like, making a joke about the difficulty of stuff there. It's like, when they find out what Origin of War is, I wonder how they'll feel. Alright, the true endgame content. When that eventually unlocks. Well, cause the Final Trial is like thing, it doesn't increase in scaling, but Origin of War is Origin of War. Oh, what's the anger shit here? Oh, nobody wants those. Yeah, I managed to clear, to get, Final Trial done for the week already. I got it done, yesterday before I left and went out. Like, I just saw, like, some random group going in, went in, did the thing, and then that's it. Is tomorrow level cap 65? I guess people get more story tomorrow then to do when we hit level 65. Oh, is that a 3-star? Okay. Someone got a 3-star group. Let's go. I'm gonna go to this 3-star. I saw a 3-star group. For modules. I see. Yeah, eventually you just get past it anyways. Eventually. I think he's gonna be level 65. But I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, at the end of the season, everyone will just get there. It's just that if you wait, you'll get there faster. I see. Wait, really? What did they do then? What was the fuck up? Yeah, I figured it would be. God damn it. I mean, flame modules are great, but I need purples. I can't do anything without purples. I need purple modules. I can't upgrade anything anymore. It works this way. You missed 1 week, you came back, you missed some stuff next week. New content, you might not be strong enough by then. True, true, true. I need purples, man. Give me my purples. Because, like, what the whales are doing now, they're just, like, buying all the things anyways. I need purple modules. Yeah, pretty much. At the same time, though, like, the farm isn't really isn't the worst, man. Especially compared to, like, DNA farming. Compared to the Duodate Abyss farm, it's like, yeah, fine. Yeah, eventually, it's like designed in a way where you'll eventually catch up. Exactly. Like, DNA farm is just really awful that people are trying to come up with ways to actively avoid doing it or bypass it. I didn't do the things yet, man. Literally, the only thing I've done in Duodate Abyss for the past 2 days is, the thing. Is what? Macro AFK farm. Sure, whatever. I'll do this one. Yeah. And then there's Mystic Maze farm, man. It'd be a lot better if Mystic Maze wasn't such an awful roguelike game mode. How many of you guys did it for the last Mystic Maze reset? Get all the wedges. Like, Like, goddamn, is it so atrocious, man? Exactly. Like that's the thing. It's not that we have to farm that's the problem. It's that the whole process is awful. So am I the only one here that did it? That like actually went and did it? Yeah, I don't blame you, man. It's so awful. But then you have like idiots out there like defending that shit. Like, it's not that the complaint that you have to farm the thing. The complaint is the thing you're farming is so awful to do. Exactly. It'd be so much better though as well if we could just do these things in other maps. Because only be doing this map, it gets like kind of just boring, you know, and kind of just dead after a while. Why is Vera the only map with anchor points? Like, give us other maps for this shit too. Because the Vera's overworld map is, like, give us other options for maps. I don't really care that there's no artificial island. Just give us, like, other map options for this. But yeah, I think like, I still also need to finish doing this shit in the freaking Enfield beta, and then make my review. And I got like 3 days to do it. Well, really 2 days. At the same time, it's like, man. I don't even care about endgame content, man, if I don't even like the base game. Besides, it's like freaking gacha game single player endgame content. It's always gonna be awful. Let's be real. I mean, like, even if they put endgame content, I'd see no purpose in it. No purpose or value. Like, let's be real. If I don't even want to do the combat, and I just want to skip past it and ignore it as much as possible. You know, it's like, why would I even care about endgame shit if I want to just skip it? You know? Like, I literally have, like, no reason to pull anything in Enfield. Because I don't give a shit for any of the characters. Even more so when I just skip everything because, The thing is like boring as hell. And it has some of the issues I don't like with its writing. With how it's like structured and paced out. So like I don't want to deal with that shit either. And like the only thing I wanted to do there was the factory, so like I don't know. Like it has potential to do something interesting with the factory stuff. If they wouldn't shoot themselves in the foot constantly. Right, the Genshitification, man. Oh, here, there's 3-star relic here. Oh, they got skin? Okay. Alright. Damn, look, it's the Evo collab area. Wait, there's stuff in this section too? I thought this is just like, you go far enough, it'll just teleport you back. When you're out here this far. Like, we already passed the border there, and there's like the Evo collab thingy there. We need the next set of join-ups, man. We need the next set of join-ups and quick. So I can get better dust. We need level 70, man. Because the higher the gear level, the more dust you get from destroying it. But yeah, it must be nice being able to level up weapons when I'm not getting purples for shit, man. My crew's not even level 4 yet. Damn, look at all the level 1 crews. That's a lot of level 1 crews right there. Alright, let's maybe just see if like people find anything in world chat. Because I need purples. I'm gonna go to the workbench and craft some dust. Okay, so all I'm doing is like just crafting dust with all my stamina. Right, every time I get more stamina, I just craft more dust. Like, it's so much easier to farm carbons than it is the regular dust. Because with carbons, the raids are a lot more efficient. And we're stuck doing level difficulty 3 joint ops. The bracket is just so wide that we're stuck doing difficulty 3 for. Like, they should have given us a level of difficulty 4 level 50, a level like 60 or something at least. And then have level 70 and level 78. Like, they're missing a difficulty level in between here. So it's like your dust farming is like a really painful now. For the regular set of gear. Oh well, it is what it is. Because you get like so little dust from those ones. No, because like here's the thing. You go farm monkey. Or not monkey, Apophis. Apophis heroic gets you like how many drops? Not heroic, Apophis challenge. Like even if you get a bunch of purples, you're getting way more than a single joint op run. For a similar amount of time. Even more so when you get a gold drop. But like right now, we're just stuck in a really awkward spot. Yeah, it benefits them, but like the problem is like the ranges, man. Because the drops are like scuffed. You get so little. And like those blueprints for the gear that I get, it's just like, who gives a shit? It's not like the Titan thing yet either. The discharge hit thing is so evil when they're asking for it, man. Especially with like what counts as a discharge hit and what doesn't. Yeah, it's like I go do their run, I only get like maybe like 20 dust. I get like maybe 20 dust for that amount of time. It's so little. Yeah, I got 3 purple drops. And then which one? Oh, here, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I just got a little bit over 20. 20 refined ore. And that's from, like, using stamina to open the chests. Amazing, guys. It's so little. Need the next tier, man. Like, it helps a lot to be able to just, like, buy refined ore. It's like craft refined ore. But even then, it's, like, not enough. Bro, I got a blue drop there. Alright, let's see. Max WL6 patrol droids, creatures in the network. Wow, that is the easiest. But yeah, like for the most part, I'm mostly just doing my dailies and then getting off from Warp server. But yeah, that is what it is. Alright, I need a level WL6 and a creature of the network. Right, then we get out of there. Easy. Yeah, I should do some more indoor zone exploration though. I'm gonna charge up my battery and everything first. Why are they still hitting me from here? Right, because I need 9,000 to upgrade this further. Oh, we get a suppressor upgrade. Alright, I'm gonna slowly go through all of those. It is funny that we only get the refined carbons from here, not the other one. Oh wait, no, we do get refined ore, but it's like so little that you get there. Okay. I do wonder if like people are just like slowly getting everything to like level 7. Because it's like you end up with a bunch of blue mats, but you can't really use them past the thing when you don't have purples. I guess I could upgrade that a little bit further. What does I got? Yeah, I can get extra combat strength. Right, plus 50 there. So that's level 8 now. Yeah, it's not really that much stamina there. Didn't they have a code? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I think there was like a code. Where did I see it? It was 2025 a winter gift. I don't remember if I entered it yet or not. Oh, I already entered it. I redeemed it already. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I've been using Yanu a lot just for like exploration stuff in Indoor Zone. Because it's like the best way to get around the things here. Where's like another Indoor Zone entrance that I didn't get in from? I guess around there could be something. Because it is like kind of annoying to get in and out and around the Indoor Zone. But yeah, what I can say though is like considering that like the beta period for the beta sign up period for NTA thing is like a month. I'm guessing we won't see the thing until NTE beta until end of January. Right, because they have like a 1 month registration period or whatever. Is that not an entrance? There should be an entrance somewhere around here. What the hell? Anka is just chilling here. She's just chilling here for some reason. I wonder what she's just doing there, chilling there. Wait, no. What do you mean no terminal signal power? Where's the power source here? Oh wait, there is an entrance over there. Where's the power station here? For the thing. Yep, in 1 week, 2026. Very, very soon. Alright, let's see. Entrance is where? Very soon. It'll be 2026. Wait, where is the mall entrance? Is it up? Oh, here. Alright, which one is this one? Oh, cool. Why is someone inviting me to team up? At least I got to the Hackerman spot. Right, I found the Hackerman spot. Wait, you can use relics here? That's interesting. Because you couldn't use them before. What am I in battle with? Oh, the shaker is so annoying. Indoor zone's the worst because everything is just so crowded and just cramped in there. The fuck? Oh, yeah. Nope, you cannot transmit there. Like, the problem is too, it's like, I didn't want to aggro them, it's just, they make it impossible not to aggro them. The stupid charge module, like I can't turn it off. The charge expansion pack, I can't turn it off. And it's just like constantly pulsing damage. Which is a problem. I can't turn it off. It's not like I'm trying to hurt them, to attack them or hurt them or whatever. It's annoying to unequip it, man. Because then I lose all my stats. Thanks for the follow as well, Mr. Rainfell. And welcome. Alright. Alright, let's go get the thing here. Yeah, I'm only gonna get these airdrops. The other things I don't really care for. I'll let auto exploration eventually get those in the future. Oh, it's on the other side. Yeah, because Indochism's like just annoying to go through. Oh, you're talking about the gacha server? Yeah. There's just a lot of stuff in all those areas. But yeah, supply pods, airdrops, or whatever, they don't get picked up by AFK exploration, so gotta manually grab these. No choice in the matter, just gotta do them. Alright, where's the freaking controller here? Damn, Lucky Strike is under repair. Okay, gotta charge this up, get the stuff here, and then get to the next area. There's still some around here I need to grab. And then there's like all this shit up here that'll need to go through. So much stuff. Not yet. Everything is just so much of a mess and so boring and everything that it's just like, I don't know. Okay, that reminds me, I'm gonna eventually need to like actually go and get all the supply pods and everything in Domain 9. Yeah, opening one of the things that just consumes so much power. Alright, let's go to the next one. Right, because all those, like, bigger things will just get picked up anyways. I don't even know why I'm here. This shit's annoying when it does, like, the freaking door close and all this shit here, because, like... Why am I even hacking this? Alright, we're just, like, stuck waiting here. Like, yeah, they can't see me. It's like, just let me through. Right, airdrop controller here. Right, at least you get like a bunch of modules from exploration. But yeah, I have to eventually get those airdrops. And then there's this area here too. Lots of airdrops over there. It'd be nice if I had the car mount, man. It'd be nice if I had the car, but nope. Okay, we need to go back first. Alright, let's see. Oh, this was Grey Fox's safe house over here. There was like an above ground area that was like weird. That I didn't get to. No, I think it's this way. Yeah, it is this way. You know, I wonder what was the point of having this station if there's nothing in here. This is like a weird ass station to have. With all this shit here, but like, it goes nowhere. No, I wonder. Would this work? Okay, I'm keeping that set up. That's actually kind of handy. Need to charge the battery first. Then we open this one. But yeah, alright, let me just swap the thing out. Alright, eventually though I won't need to grab those anymore once I get all the airdrops. But that's an eventual, not a right now. Alright, let's see. A2, A6, B0. Whatever. Okay, and then there's this whole area here. We'll have to go back and get through. Because we gotta get all that stuff there. Okay, there's at least only 25 more airdrops to get. So we're at least getting most of them. Alright, you have a good night then, Lux. Yeah, it's 1 AM over here. Alright, let's get back in here. Alright. Not there. Then another one over here. Right, lots of these airdrops. Just going all over the place and around. Right, and they're not attacking me because of the stealth, which is nice. Right, this is like the most use I'll ever get out of Yanuo. Probably the same for you guys as well. The most use you'll ever get. Yeah, that still only gives gives so little when I destroy a man. I need more dust. Need to get up into the roof. Alright, let's stretch and hydrate in a bit. I just need to figure out how to get up. Because indoor zone is kind of a pain to explore. Like, I did it before, but like, it doesn't change the fact that it's a pain. Because it's so easy to get lost. Alright, and then we just sit here and watch them kill each other. Okay, we're at the upper floor now. We got that there. Nope, not enough yet. It's also annoying how we can't check the battery in there. We gotta go out of it. Alright, let's get fully charged. But where's the thingy? Where's airdrop controller? There it is. Alright, we got that one. Alright, now we can get the thing up here. Alright, we need to get through this door. Damn it, not there. Wait, big brain, just use the freaking relic. That actual relic got a use. What a use for that relic. Just so I can get the things in here. Right, what a use indeed. I don't think anyone really thought to use the relic that way. Okay, I need to get to these 4 over there. Nope, we're not there yet. Alright, let's get fully charged. And then we put the airdrop controller here. I think we go with this one first. Is there not anything here? I guess it's up above. Alright, let's see. B0, 9B, 86. Easy. What do you mean 6 seems to be the best? For me, it's just like I check back once an hour, man. And I just let it keep going. Yeah, going up to stage 6 is, like, more efficient. And then restarting. It's just that, like, I'd rather not have to, like, check back as often. And walk back. Because it's too much work, man. So I let it go for longer, even if it's slightly less efficient. Oh. Alright, leave me alone. I wanna go get the thing here. Wait, level 50 stage for what? I've been AFK farming the new level 60 stage in Expulsion. No, I did not. Wait, there's a no Luno coin defense? What? Really? No, because part of the problem why you can't like fully AFK the defense one is because like it's RNG which tile set you get, and like which part of the tile set, which is really annoying. So like I'd rather just walk less and just let it thing. I haven't done any of the Luna Memento farms yet since the update. I see. Wait, how do we get to that section there? How do we get behind there? Oh, here. Nope. Okay, how the fuck do we get to the other one? How the fuck do I get behind that wall? Right, like how the hell do I get here? And their zone is pure pain, man. Like, I don't really give a shit that I'm not getting, like, EXP from supply pods. I'd rather, like, auto-exploration just grab them, too. I would rather. Because I hate doing this shit. Fucking hell, now I gotta wait 88 seconds. These stupid rooms, man. They're not gonna do anything to me. But we're just stuck waiting now. Alright, we're just stuck waiting. I'm like so lost here. That's the spot I'm trying to get to. Alright, and then we end up here. But then there's the stupid wall here. There's nothing down here. It's like, even if you end up here, there's like nothing here. And there's like a roof here. Wall is there, and it says there's something on the other side there. But it's like, how the fuck do you get there? Oh, here. Okay, all that's left is over there now. Alright, we're almost done with indoor zone. Alright, let's go grab the thing. Alright, give me your stuff, Matthew. I will take one of these. I still need to get all of these out, cleaned out. So they can eventually get these leveled up for stats. Alright, we can upgrade this, I think. No, we need 15 more. God damn it. When do we get the next slot in there? Oh, it's the next upgrade at 11,000. Oh, of course it is. On to the next one. Okay, there's one more airdrop there. So we just need to get the rest of the airdrops in the other floor, which is around here. But yeah. Gotta get all the things done. Alright, we go up. Grab that, destroy that. Yeah, I want to make sure at least they get all the premium ore there tackled first. Get all of that dealt with before I actually go on to the other thing. There's only 5 there. So where's the other ones that I'm missing? If I only see 5 there. Right. Yeah, there's only 5 of those airdrops there. Oh, there's one over there. I forgot to get the one over there. So I can see 6 of them. Where's the last one? Maybe, oh wait, maybe I have to go to the Star Island Hotel. I think it's probably there. Alright, let's get all of the supply pods here. But we're gonna have to get around. Alright. V0, A2, A6, A2. Oh, whatever. It's one more down. Wait, where was the one I missed over here? Oh, this one. D6. Nope. Need this one. D6, A2, FF, E9. Alright, and there's another one. So is it just two more in this area? That one and that one? Cool, almost done with the area here. Almost done. Can I bring it over here? Damn, no, the other one died. I don't know, man. Okay, that guy won't come down here. Fuck it. Oh shit. The lasers actually hurt you here, man. They actually hurt now. I need these last two over here. Wait, can I get in from like a different entrance? Damn it, I need to get down. Oh, great. Nope, I can't get there. This map is pure cancer, man. I have to go this way. Alright, let's keep going. E9. And then there's one more over there, and then I have to go back and get the thing over here. And then we'll have all the airdrops. Oh, am I pulsing volt damage? Just missing 3 more. Alright, first what we need to do is down an elevator shaft. Alright, let's go on over here. Alright, we need the elevator. Alright, now we have that one done. Now for the last one, casual survival guide. And then we'll teleport there. Alright, we'll get to the next one. Okay, we need one more last airdrop. Oh, it's in the other area. And then we go up here. There we go. We got all the airdrops here. Alright, that's all the airdrops. So now we can just let Auto Explore do its thing. Eventually do its thing. Alright, can just let that happen. Not so much for the regular part of this thing, cause still missing smart city stuff, but it's still something. Progress is progress. And then we still need more gear till we get all of these premium ores cleaned out. And then I'm gonna need to get more ore to level up the other stuff. Man, if only it was like as easy to get that dust as raid farming. Raid farming is so much better for the carbon stuff. It's so much better. Oh, I still have that well statue. I should go get that. I should like just slowly upgrade all those statues. I should. Let me grab that. Now I need 44 premium ore before the end of the week. This one's like right around here. Eventually I'll go around and get all the chests here. I just don't feel like doing it right now. But eventually we'll get all the Domain 9 chests. But like, I have no idea how the progress is on all the other things here yet is for collecting them. Hi there. I only speak English, so I don't know what you're saying other than that. But welcome there to you on the YouTube side. Alright, let me grab this one. Oh damn, that's all the way down here. Alright, let's get this unlocked. Wait, where's the thing? Oh, it's all the way inside there. Alright, let's get on up there and grab it. Mm-hmm. Alright, cool. We got that one. Then I'll get this one as well. Alright, you can get that one. Alright, then you have a good night then, Jose. Alright, that one's at 6. There's stuff over there I need to get done and upgraded. The statue over there is fully upgraded at least. That one I haven't unlocked yet. I don't remember what the order is to like unlock these statues or whatever, but like I'm not gonna actively go do the exploration stuff, so I'll just do whatever auto exploration gets me. And then just upgrade whatever. Because I can't be bothered. At least it's getting me a bunch of dust to exchange for premium ore. At least there's that. Nope. Anything that the game counts as a supply pod, it doesn't get. So if the game treats it as a supply pod, it's not gonna get it. It doesn't even unlock the statues or whatever for you. Unlike the regular server. And like domain 9's kind of a pain to do stuff in. It's kind of an annoying pain. Terminal, get the achievement here. Okay, oh, I got that. It is beneficial though to have the exploration stuff done, because you get extra materials here that are exclusive to Warp server. So, you know, there's that, I guess. There is like that aspect to it. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That guy is like crazy with like no lifing stuff here. I'm not too surprised on that. Fair enough. Not really. Just me like opening more chests. Alright, I got all the premium ore from the shop. Now I just need to like destroy gear so I can upgrade thing. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you as well, Gandit, and welcome. But yeah, like it doesn't get the monuments, it doesn't open the chests, it doesn't do anything, man. It only gets all the white dots. Whatever it can like mark or treat as a white dot. Yep. I mean, like, yeah, if you do exploration, though, lots of materials for upgrading gear and everything, but, well, it is what it is. Yeah, I need to upgrade some more gear to 30 for the extra stats. But that's just how it is. Eventually, like, you finish up all that stuff anyways. Eventually. But yeah, now as soon as like the level cap raises, we can hit level 65. At least. As soon as level cap raises. I'm 1 EXP away. Yep. So there's just 3 more pieces I need to get to level 30. 3 more pieces. Alright, I'm 3 pieces away from getting everything to level 30. Yeah, you gotta farm like everything. That is the trade-off there. That is the trade-off. It is what it is. Wait, actually, there's something I want to try. What if I use Gray Fox here? Yeah, that seems to be like... It might be better than the other comp. Yeah, it might be better to use Gray Fox instead of Thing. Actually, like, yeah. Yeah, hi Bootleg Gamer. Welcome, welcome. Well, that was easy. I didn't even switch to the other set. I wonder how far I can go. Right, we've been climbing a decent amount. Already. Mm-hmm. Alright, next level. Maybe we'll just go up to like level 70. Yeah, the bosses are easier than the mob stages, man. They also die faster. Alright, next one. That was easy. Alright, let's see what's on level 70 and then we'll move on to Snowbreak. Alright, let's see. Aren't we all getting old, man? Aren't we all getting old? I see. Oh, that's cleared. I see, getting spawn capped after one death. Yeah, final trial is a pain, man. Surely next week it'll be easier. It is the easiest week, yeah. The first week was pure cancer, man. Yeah, this setup is like actually pretty good. Using Gray Fox here. What a setup. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Something different in Void Abyss? Void Abyss was the hard mode of Void Rift, where you could stack buffs before going in. Well, the single player version of that was called Wormhole. Yeah, because you had different buffs exclusive to Void Abyss. I haven't done Void Abyss yet this season for regular server, so I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'll try to get a group to do it tomorrow on the regular server. So you can probably see it then. Wormhole doesn't exist anymore though. They got rid of Wormhole entirely. They just like deleted it from the game. It's been gone from the game Wormhole for like a year and a half now. Heck, the Void Rift we have on the Warp server doesn't exist on the Gacha server anymore. They also like removed it from the game and just put all the rewards in the weekly stuff. In the weekly thing. Yeah, regular Void Rift hasn't existed on Gacha server in over a year and a half. They removed it entirely and just put all the rewards from it on the from the weekly reward from doing all the other stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why people didn't like doing it and they eventually got rid of it. I mean, at least they realized nobody liked that shit. So they're just like, okay, fine, no more. Alright. Next one. Yeah, I never cared about like tryharding it, man. That shit was just like pure pain. Yeah, like he used to do like all sorts of things to like cheese it to get more buffs, and then it just eventually it's just like whatever. And then at some point you just stop caring and you just ignored it. Who needs shatter, man? I found ways to cheese Apex League. Imagine tryharding it for the mount. I used Bennett to help me cheese it. At his alt army. I even got the Crown of Thorns title for a while. Yeah, I think this is the strongest comp you can have for Liuho, actually. Grey Fox instead of Ventoria. Especially when the thing pops at the end. The big damage nuke pops at the end. Right, because like you're seeing the freaking thing pop on the boss. These boss fights have been like pretty easy so far. Sure, that's 80 cleared. Yeah, this setup is really good. It feels bad for Entoria. It's like, wait, no, Grey Fox is better here than using Entoria. Yeah, I just can't survive that shit. Okay, I'll wait to go and clear further than that. Still though, I climbed all the way to 80. I think that's a good enough achievement, getting all the way to 80. For now. Anything else I need to get done? Not really right now. How far is my crew at Legion Assault? They still haven't done stage 7 yet. Okay. Right, they still haven't pushed it yet. Oh, it's level 66 that I can get this stuff leveled up again. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Alright, let's go get Snowbreak done. Damn, I was there for longer than I was expecting. Alright, let's go get Snowbreak done. Oh yeah, I haven't seen like what you guys sent for the React stuff. If you guys sent any. Oh, you guys sent like a bunch more stuff. Okay, cool. Maybe we'll look at them tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Alright. Alright, time for Snowbreak stuff. I think Snowbreak also posted like a video or something we can look at too. What the hell is this? I see. We'll touch that thing later. We need a lot of mana recovery. Alright, I got episodes here. Alright, first things first. Something's happened. Cool. Oh yeah, this thing. What the? What? Whatever. Yeah, I think that's it. Was that it? I don't understand the freaking mission here. Things that, the way they've been managing things have been a mess, man. All sorts of things have just been all over the place in a mess. Honestly. Yeah, there's like a massaging mode. Alright, and then they have like the whole direction they ended up going with some of this stuff is well, it's something, man. What's the session that they want out of her? I'm so confused.
では、よろしく頼む。
Wait, you can move the camera all over the place while you're doing this. Oh, but yeah. Okay, should have just done it the easy mode. Hi. Alright. Let's see, what's the next thing I need to do now? What? Do I have to like manually do the stage? I can't just auto clear it? That is so dumb. Alright, what's this wish? Okay, we'll eventually get that done. What else do we need to get done? Now I can claim that. Claim the thing here. Okay, we have that there. Oh yeah, there was also the part where they also like originally went to a spot where they got rid of like their voice actors for like most of their dubs for a bit. And then when they wanted to bring them back, they were like, nah. And then now eventually they just replaced all of the voices. But it's a shame because some of the older voices for voice lines for some of the things is just gone. And like for some of the characters, the original voice actors that they had are better than the new ones they have now. It's a mess that's all over the place. But yeah. Anything else here? Right, like it is what it is. I miss the old voice lines for what's called Marion. because they were a lot more sus and interesting, to say the least. Yeah, let me see if I can pull up the Snowbreak video. Here we go. Let's give it a look.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Adjutant, come with me.
Okay. There you go. This is definitely something. It's definitely something. They really want a close up on. Yeah, Mary belly dancing. Alright, here you go, more. Wait, why was Boo Boo not in English? Okay. Thanks for the follow as well as on Halo. It's just so weird when it just goes to English and then back to Chinese. Even kinda sus. It's a very sus. Right, it's not just kinda sus, it's very sus. Yeah.
Darling. Are you here to give us a present? I'm here to get my present.
Okay, there you go. They gave us that. That is definitely a something. Right, that is definitely a something. She is the present, yes. She's just waiting to be unwrapped. Clearly. Alright. Alright, let's get one of these done, or... Alright, we gotta get one of these. The server's expensive, they want more players, yep. Mm-hmm. But yeah, what's funny now is like I do see it's like people are hoping that Asus will save us from the shortage, but it's just like to me, I feel like Asus is just like trying to take advantage of being the middleman to sell someone else's RAM chips. Because I highly doubt Asus is like actually gonna start manufacturing RAM chips. Especially when like they don't have any fabs.
Welcome to the Heimdall Operational Optimization Test. Adjutant, don't get assimilated by the hams.
Alright. Why would you want to get assimilated by ham? I thought you'd eat the ham.
Three, two, one. Gear up. Test sequence initiated. Go take down the hams or risk a system-wide wipe. Just kidding.
These are all bots. Look how Pepega the bots are.
Loot drop. Grab it fast. Survivor code uploaded. All heroes been enhanced. Move out. Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast.
What luck? I don't know, my freaking tracking broke up or something? I'm just looking at the game, just shooting all the things down here.
Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast.
Oh. The camera just borked.
30 seconds to end of test. Adjutant, think you can hold out a little longer?
They can't get me here.
Run complete. Test executed perfectly. As expected of you, Adjutant. The
Alright,
test was
27
success.
kills. Easy. Alright, what is this? Okay, let me get the mission accepted here. Alright, eventually we'll slowly get all the stuff there. Did I meet the quota? Let me check. Yep, we met the quota, good. That's all that matters. Alright. Got the quota there, Matt. Because, like, it's just kind of annoying how they want us to, like, freaking do the Snowbreak shit and, like, meet some sort of quota or whatever to, like, split things up. So I end up just doing whatever I can to abuse it instead. But it ends up making things, like, a lot more fractured in terms of how I play. Oh well, it is what it is. That's their own problem to figure out. Alright, let me go pull up Duet Night Abyss. Damn, Duet Night Abyss is so dead. Like, they had the patch drop, like, yet what, how many days ago? And, like, it's already, like, extremely dead. For, like, the freaking streaming and shit of it. Crazy, right? Alright. Let's go pull it. Right. Close the emulator that was macro farming and then... It does this. And... why does it have to... I have to wait for the freaking NVIDIA graphics driver to fix itself. Oh, I don't... Come on. I just see but I was working because I can push the buttons on my stuff, but I can't see anything. No, it's not that it crashed, it's the stupid thing there. Okay, it should come back now. Okay, why is it lagging there? No, it's... okay, what the fuck is up with Duet Night Abyss, man? It just causes so many problems. I wonder if it'll ever get its Steam release. Because that thing has just been a mess. I wonder. Right, it's just been a mess since everything. That's its own other thing, Kara. It's just, okay, cool. Alright, cool. Snowbreak is sending me another care package. Nice. I'm gonna get something from Snowbreak in the mail sometime early next year. I was like, okay, what the hell is this other DM that I got? Oh. I'll have to like fill out the information there. And then get my stuff later. But yeah. I wonder what they'll send me this time. They didn't say what they're sending me. Last time we got a bath towel, some chopsticks, a bunch of coasters, some magnets, and a couple other things. Olympic wedding rings. That'll be hilarious. Alright. A special episode of Hot Ones? I'd be the hot sauce, they'd be true. Wait, what? Are you talking about that, like, that time we had that, wait, do I even have that source anymore? Where there was, like, the hot sauce being poured? Whatever. Wait, there's all these there. Okay, what am I gonna work on? Don't want any of those. Alright. Alright, I'll just do 36 lesbels, see what happens. What if they give, like, what if they send me the figure that they've been working on? Because apparently they were, like, what, working on releasing a figure? That'd be funny if they send me the figure. And then I end up with, like, this random-ass lewd figure. Of, the character in the swimsuit, I think it was. He's like, they mentioned something about working on a figure a couple months back. Imagine it's that. Who knows what they'll send?
Yay! All down. Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding.
Alright, like, I already have, like, the bath towel of them and the hot spring and everything that they sent me.
The client's only
So who knows? Oh yeah, more of those? Who knows, man? Most of my stuff has been AFK farming.
All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished.
Wait, is it? You're talking about like a new Luna defense? We'll look at it after. But the answer is no.
Forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there.
But yeah, like most of what you do in Dual Best is AFK farming.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies.
Yeah, we're gonna just get like Lisbel to Intron 6, and then we're gonna go around Genimon hunting. I need my shiny bro boxy players.
Answer my call.
I wanna be free from like looking for Genimons. I just want my shiny bro boxy.
All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. As
Oh,
long
and
as I
it'd be even better as well to have on top if Snow could shut up. It would also help too.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there.
Okay, I wonder if there's like anything I can do. No, let's see. I wonder if like toning down some of those settings will help it like use less. Because I noticed this thing just like it's not that I'm lagging or anything, it's just that like it's freaking like making my GPU overheat.
Weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll. clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
The voice acting is at its worst when you're doing the freaking defense mission, and you have the thing like, it's like there's like no sense of urgency or panic or whatever when like, you know, being attacked or whatever. It's just like, what?
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get... The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Sammo, answer my call.
Yeah, like it's really not like.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
Toad streamer, what? Hi there, Kamaku.
Another step forward.
Happy Christmas and stuff to you.
I'll get there.
But yeah, welcome.
The
I'm doing
clients
fine,
only
I
bought us
guess.
a teeny bit of time, so
Mm.
let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Alright, let's go get the things here.
Vanish. Slash. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I
Right,
keep
on to the next
proceeding.
one. Mm-hmm.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Slash. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay!
Man, it's annoying getting all those drops.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there.
Give me my shards.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Slash. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay!
Alright,
All
that's
down!
28 shards.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
On to the next one.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll... The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get...
Yeah. Man, this shit is just like...
Clients only
ugh.
bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
Man, I really wish we could just like get a multiplier to consume more of them at once. Because like, it's just so...
Proceeding. I'll get that.
yeah.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Alright. Alright, that's all.
All down!
On to the next one.
Yay! All down!
Alright, we just need 28 more shards.
Forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get... The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Okay.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay!
Let's get the next one down.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Alright.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there.
Alright, on to the next one.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
Alright, we need 18 more shards.
Down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll... The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so
Alright,
let's
on to the
bust
next
those
one.
weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished!
Yeah, it's just so annoying just doing this over and over again and getting all this junk.
As I keep proceeding.
Let me do 10 at a time. They need to give me the option to just do 10 at a time.
The clients
And then
only
just
bought
select
us
10 rewards at the end.
So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Vanish. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished. Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished. Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished. Yay!
Alright, now I need 16 more shards.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished. Another step forward.
Alright, on to the next
As long
one.
as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished. Yay!
I say you sent me a picture of the thing. Whatever. Alright, on to the next one.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished. Yay! All down!
Yeah, I read it.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get.
Alright, on to the next one.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished. Yay! All down! Another step forward. I keep proceeding.
Oh, it is what it is.
The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Alright, let's go grab these.
Vanish. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished.
Oh damn it, it's like not dropping any shards now.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get that. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished.
Oh, come on. It's been like 10 runs and not a single shard drop.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get that. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step.
Right now I need 6 more
As long as
shards.
I keep proceeding. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Can't take this. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish.
Oh, come on. Why is there an invisible wall there?
Yay! All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished. Yay! All down. Another step forward. target. Samuel, here we go! The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. Let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Samuel, where's your wrath? Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down!
On to the next one.
A step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Mission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. Can't take this. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Samuel, grant me your wrath! Yay! All
Honestly, I wish they would just replace all this shit with the new expulsion tile set. That'd be way faster.
All down! Another step.
I
As
hate
long
this
as
shit.
I keep proceeding, I'll get that.
I wish they would just replace all the secret letter thingies at least with the new expulsion tile set.
Clients only bought us
Because,
a
like,
teeny bit
everything
of
just
time,
spawns on a
so
flat
let's
terrain and
bust
it's
those
cleared way
weird-looking
faster than
thingies
this shit.
before it's too late. Samuel, answer my call. Yay! All down! Commission accomplished! Yay! All down! Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time, so let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late. Vanish. long as I keep proceeding.
Alright, finally, we got I6 on Lisbel.
Who's the target? Samuel, here we go!
Here's what the new expulsion looks like. Is this one? Here's the new expulsion one.
Rhythm Fisher reporting in. Standing by for your orders.
Oh wait, it's worse. I forget. I keep forgetting that it's so much worse on the PC client. The mobile one spawns them so much closer to you.
Where's next? Let me check the map. I know maps don't like me.
Yeah. I'd rather do this than dismantle.
As long as I keep proceeding, I'll get there.
This is like, this takes half the time if you do it on mobile. You would clear that in less than half the time you saw it right there if you do it on mobile. It is way faster on mobile because of how spawns work. Shit's funny when they're like idiots in the Discord. They're like, why not just, if you have a PC, why not just use the PC client to farm? Because the PC client for farming is ass. You're better off farming on the, on the mobile client. Using an Android emulator, because it's way faster.
The world outside Purgatorio Island.
Alright, let's get him leveled up.
This is quite a
Almost everyone's at level 80.
Shall we do it together?
Look how exciting and exhilarating this is, man. Let me show you. Watch,
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
alright. Now we wait.
Mission wrapping up.
Wow, very exciting, guys.
Rut in the sweet aroma.
This is so exciting. This is so exciting, guys. And don't you just love to do this for like 18 to 22 hours per Demon Wedge? Don't you guys just love doing this for that long?
Venom going down your throat. Rut in the sweet aroma.
Because I chose to live on.
Right? Don't you just love doing this? Like, it's one thing to have to farm a bunch of stuff, but at least make the farm enjoyable and not just,
Venom going down your throat.
Because I chose to live on.
because this is not, just not it. very exhilarating content, you know? Very exhilarating content.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
I used an 8x multiplier, and guess what? Look. I don't even get the new fucking wedge blueprint. Bruh. I don't even get the new wedge blueprint. I used an 8x multiplier.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Right, very exciting, guys. Very exciting. Alright, very exciting, guys. The thing too that's like makes this even worse, there's like no auto repeat to just keep it going.
Sweet arrow.
So you have to click and input the thing again to do the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. Can I just like at least get it to like do the thing in a chain and then go to sleep and then come back later for these? Cause like this is just ass.
The currents will silence you.
The AFK farm here is so awful, man. Because like you still have to do something. It's not even like full AFK. It's like a fake AFK farming. What is this video? Unfortunate state of Duet Night Abyss. I saw this. I didn't play it. I saw this like a video like recommendation. Let's see.
Very bad news regarding the newest 1.1 update of DNA. Just in case anybody is wondering, I am on a voice call with my very good friend and editor. This is Snowlink. Say hi.
Hey guys.
Okay.
So basically right now we're just like chilling. I'm not sure this is gonna be like an official video or anything, but we were just talking because I just got home from work and Snow has been able to play the game by himself and actually experience some of the changes. And so far he has painted a very unflattering picture of DNA. So is
Yep.
it true? Did they actually fucking nerf the secret letter drops?
So this is a thing that's been said since the patch dropped on Reddit, and I've experienced it myself. And just for context, secret letters is farmable pull currency. Not really pull, you don't pull, but you unlock characters and weapons and so on, and like they're demon wedges, aka equipment, right?
Yeah.
And there were some really efficient ways to farm them. I think what happened is they just nerfed the overall drop rate rather than that specific mission, because you feel like you get way less everywhere.
I know that I've recently seen a video on YouTube that was, well, I didn't see the YouTube video itself, but there was a thumbnail
Yeah.
that was mentioning what are the new good spots in 1.1 to farm secret letter clues. Have you heard anything about that?
No. Oh, I know people are trying to find new spots now, which makes sense.
I don't
like,
really
you-
care about
you
this thing
basically-
because like the nerf drops doesn't affect me. You know what? Like honestly, I don't care about the freaking drops being like that. If they gave me the option, you know what? If they were like told me that I can skip doing secret letter commissions if I spent like 2 times or 3 times the amount of secret letters, I would do that in a heartbeat. If I could just skip all of the fucking doing the whole secret letter commission after the fact, if I had to spend like double or triple to guarantee the rewards, I would do that. I would rather spend, you know, let's say like 2 to 3,000 secret letters to get a full I6 character, then spend 1,000 and then have to do dismantle over and over and over and over again. I would rather spend more just to skip that part. Because it's so boring. I would rather just like have the option to just straight up buy it. Because like the farm is so bad. And I literally have 8,000 plus secret letter things anyways, and I'm literally getting hundreds of them a day. Right, like if I keep doing this AFK farming for a month, you know, by the end of like January, if I do this every single day, the AFK farming there with my macro script, whatever, I'll probably have like, you know, like 20, 30,000 by the end of January. Just sitting there. Because, like, it is too much of a pain to go and do the mission. Yeah, like, I really don't. It is so boring and tedious.
We take our toys away, so we need to find new toys, right?
Yeah. So right now, how much have you been playing ever since, you know, the patch started?
Basically, so I did the theater, which is the not bi-weekly, but every patch we get this like challenge game mode, then you unlock the
I
newest
hate the
character by
theater.
doing the stages,
It's so
which
boring.
I've noticed that they have increased the difficulty of for some reason.
Okay.
I think the level of the mobs is higher and their HP is higher, which I'm not sure why they did that, but yeah.
I have a feeling I know why, but I'm going to reserve judgment for that for now. This is just going to be like a preliminary discussion because I haven't been able to like even now I'm updating the game as we speak, so I haven't even been able to log in ever since this, so I'm just like getting your thoughts on the matter because I find this to be very interesting, but also
like
very
honestly
bad.
it's just
I'm
like
really not happy with what I've been hearing so far.
everything
so,
is just
one of the
ass.
changes is the fact that they have stealth nerfed the drop chances of secret letter clues.
The worst thing to
Yep.
me is I looked through the entire patch notes, which is not much, by the way. The patch notes don't mention any of these technical changes as far as I could see. Maybe there's like something on a forum somewhere, but the official patch notes, like the link that you click when you're in the launcher, has no mention of this.
I mean, it wasn't even mentioned in the live stream because normally when you do changes like these, anything that is very impactful should be mentioned in the live stream. Now, I understand why they didn't mention it because if you went ahead on the live stream and be like, "Hey, we're nerfing the drops," everybody would have rioted right then and there in the chat. That would have been insane. Okay, so what about the new demon wedges, right? I know that there's a new demon wedge that is supposed to like increase your tolerance cap for the rest of the demon wedges that you're gonna slot, and apparently that one
It's just
is
really
difficult
bad.
to craft because it requires modules, right?
So there's 2 wedges that they add.
Like honestly, like I hate these modes in like every game that has them. They're just always awful. I'd rather just them not have any content at all than them having the content that they put in. I would rather have nothing.
They added some really like game-changing
It's like-
wedges,
it's
not
just-
just the ones that you mentioned that increase your capacity, the middle one.
Okay.
They added Wings Inspo Volition. They added a special kind of wedge that's basically like clear power creep because it has very game-changing effects. The wedge itself has an effect that if you have, you know, the track shift modules, if you have 4 of the same kind of the same symbol applied, it will give you like a massive effect, right?
Okay, so we have kind of like a little bit of power creep when it comes to the demon wedges.
Yeah, however, you can only get these from the secret letter shop as well, which it's a bit interesting in terms of nerfing. Let me see where they were, I forget.
Oh wait, that is actually a very important change. Wait, so they're not acquirable through drops or crafting, just secret letters?
These ones specifically.
Let's
so
see.
the
I
the
hate
middle
secret
one,
letters,
that you can only
man.
get with letters.
Resolve.
The other one, for some reason, they only released ones for a Nemo, which is not even the element of the character that was just released.
Let's see, the resolve plus 12%. The element effect activates only when at least 4 demon wedges aligned to track are... Oh, so specific track alignment is required to trigger the effect.
Exactly. So these ones you can farm. However, they have the shiny symbol to them, which means their drop rate is really low, right?
Okay, so
but look at the effect of it. that is like it's pretty much power creep, especially the Volition one. Grants plus 48% skill damage when skill efficiency is over
It's
or
just
equal
all
to
awful, man.
130%. This is like the Wings Inspo is a very popular
Combination.
wedge, right?
Mhm.
The normal Wings Inspo that we were able to farm. Now they added a triple one, Wings Inspo Volition, with an extra effect, which is a huge effect. So right now, those are they're first of all, a lot more costly to farm than what we have so far, and they only released one for an ammo, no other element. This is all we have so far,
So
for some reason.
I would say this basically means that we can look towards the future and expect different element-specific
Yes.
wedges to be involved, to be
Yes.
introduced to the game.
But like looking at the math, by the way, to do this, to craft this, and max it plus 10, you need 100 copies of the material that it needs. So you will be there for a very long time farming these, which is in itself not a problem. But where
The farming
it
is
becomes a
awful,
problem
man.
is you look at the shop, and for what seems like around $50, you have these that allow you to amplify wedge
Okay.
that you've crafted.
So I know about the amplification stimulator, and there's another one that helps do the same for weapons. And I was thinking this is a great addition to the game, and I thought this was going to be one of those, you know, player-friendly improvements that basically just skips some of the grind. Like,
But they make
holy
the
hell, I
grind
am so
worse
glad-
just to
I'm
make
so
it
glad
more
that the video that
appealing.
we wanted to do on DNA, I was not able to like get it done in time to like send you all of the stuff that you needed for it, because holy hell, imagine posting that video where I was basically glazing up this edition, thinking it was going to be free to play friendly. Lo and behold, it's worth like somewhere around $50, and imagine posting that video
I
2
think
days
that-
before launch. That would have aged like absolute milk, like spoiled milk.
The problem is that I know why you thought that, because in the live stream there was a screenshot that showed it as an event reward. Whether that's still gonna be the case, I don't know. But the fact that you can also purchase them is not ideal, right?
I mean, honestly, have
Um,
you not checked the events that are available with version 1.1? Does it not show the rewards that you're going to get?
As far as I can tell, I don't know if I need to do the story first, but I don't see any events in here.
Wait,
The
for
only
real?
event I see is like, so there is the patch event that gives you pulls. There's the skin thing. Oh, I see. Rewards preview. No, it's not there. There is an event, but I need to do the main story for it. But there's no longer I don't know if it was this in the stream, but there's no like amplifier in the event rewards preview. It's just 410 letters, a Twilight
It's just bad,
thread,
man.
and some track shift modules.
Okay.
So whether that's the same event or not, I don't know, but there's no amplifier.
And like the farming is just so.
I actually managed to get the game to finish downloading the patch. Oh wait, no, I think I need another. Once I open the game, I think it's gonna update again. But basically, at least I have everything downloaded. Hopefully. Oh my god, this is not looking good. Okay, is there anything else that they basically brought into this game that isn't really doing all that well?
From what I understand, just like looking a bit at Reddit, there's performance issues now. Like the game performs
Yeah,
worse
very
than
bad
it did.
performance
I also
issues.
There
heard about
appears
that.
to be more bugs.
More bugs
Like
than
people
before.
are having issues. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I heard that right now, apparently,
And-
after the patch, it's not. The game doesn't work on Linux anymore, supposedly.
Interesting. I didn't hear about that one, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Yeah, not a good look at all.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of unfortunate because I actually had a lot of fun with this game so far. Like, it's mindless
same.
fun. It's mindless fun. You just like sit and chat with your friends or play with your friends, whatever. It doesn't matter, and you just like grind. You do whatever. You listen to music. You talk shit. You just like, it was a really nice game to just like turn your brain off and do some stuff.
Yeah.
And feel like you're
Just see
achieving something.
number go up, right?
Yeah, number go up and you feel like you're achieving something, right?
I think the biggest thing for me was that, you know, it was a gacha at
Uh-huh.
first, and then all the gacha elements were stripped, other than the skin gacha, which,
Mhm.
I mean, it's just cosmetics.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't care about that. But the fact that you could basically farm everything was like a really nice thing. The game feels good to play. It gets a bit repetitive after like 100 hours.
Well,
but
duh, yes.
Every game does that.
Yep.
But yeah, the trajectory of where they're going, the fact that they increased the grind and they added skips for real money is not a good look.
I mean, see, here's the thing, because we have
Yep.
an already existing title. Actually, we have two already existing titles that are using the exact, well, it's not exact anymore, but used a similar payment structure that Do a Night Abyss is using, right? Which is Warframe, and now, well, at least for me, because I'm playing the pre-alpha, Soulframe, right? And those games, by themselves, have one of the best, you know, free-to-play monetization systems that still sell power. You know, it's quote-unquote sell power, but it's one, it's not expensive. Two, everything that they sell in the shop can be obtained through the game without any caveats. And three, it's not that insane of a grind. Like, yeah, it's definitely gonna be more of a grind than what you would expect from your normal gacha game, right? Obviously, you're gonna do more than that. But you're not gonna spend like days, months, whatever, trying to farm something. Okay, I finally got into the game. Holy heck. They changed the interface up in the top right. Okay, so let's see, what do we have? Free 10 pull for the skin gacha, the new skin, we can try that out. To try out the new Fushu character, okay. There's an event called Huashu Incense and Marvels, right? I know that. This is the only event that we have starting off? And it's giving you like 410 secret letters and...
As far as I can tell, yes.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay.
If that's all you get from the events, I don't
just
give
like
a fuck
7
about the
weeks long,
events.
I think.
Oh no,
7 weeks only,
400
okay.
secret
Immersive
letters.
Theater, the reset is in
Oh
27
wow,
days,
I can just
and
get that
Fushu's
from
the
like a
character.
day of
Mystic
AFK
Maze, anything
farming.
about Mystic Maze? No, it doesn't. Like Guiding Luno. What is this? Oh, just like social media stuff, and you get, bro, you get 2 secret letter clues just for like following them on every single social media. Yeah, no thanks.
Should have been 20 really for each one of those, but
2,000.
Yeah, okay, 20 for each. I was gonna say like even if it was 20 total, I wouldn't do it, you know. But like 20 each, okay, maybe I can see myself doing that.
I mean, you can do my trick. Other than
I
the
guess
follow
so.
that one, the other ones you just need to open the link. I just
The
opened
grind
link,
here is
close
just
it
so
before it even
ass,
loads,
man.
just
Oh,
to get
okay.
I'd
And it works
consider
that way.
it for
Okay,
like
let me try that.
Yeah, it works that way.
Okay, so
20
that's
of the
what I did for
20x
all of
multiplier
those.
for
The one
loot.
with follow, I didn't even bother.
Yep.
I don't
yep,
give a shit about the
yep.
secret
We're
letters.
closing all of this. Yep, we're closing all
Like,
of
I
this.
really
Actually,
don't.
wait, hold on. There we go. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, actually. Can you? Oh, and you still have to claim every single one individually. Great.
Yeah, I've been doing that trick since Genshin days.
I mean,
Years and years
yeah.
ago.
I just didn't know. Oh, okay. The one with where you have to follow on Lunaloft. Apparently that doesn't work. Okay.
That one doesn't work. Yeah, so I
Yeah.
skipped that one.
Okay. So give me like, wait, what is this? Okay. I thought that I had an issue with the mouse button. All right. So, tell me a little bit about. Wait, this is the new battle pass, which is great. That's fine.
It has 50 extra levels with manuals and credits.
And you get Luna mementos. Also, why am I having frame rate issues in the menu for the battle pass? Hello? What is
Yep.
this?
Do you? I
Yeah.
didn't even go to the battle pass.
Try it out. Tell me if you have the same frame rate issues. Try scrolling through the battle pass and you'll see that it's kind of, you know, dropping frames a little bit. All right, let's see.
Yeah. Oh, and I think the biggest like thing to me that tells me that they expected backlash is the fact that
It's
they
not fun.
delayed the Steam release.
Yeah, no, that was okay. So after this update, considering what you've told me
Wait, the
up until
front
now,
pan's
if they had
inspo? Okay.
released on Steam, I would expect it to be currently flooded with an overwhelmingly negative score because of the review bombing.
Yeah, that's probably why they did. I think there's an announcement as to I don't know if they say the reason, but there's something on their Twitter about it. I didn't check though.
Let's see. Okay, so at least you get.
I don't have any frame rate issues in the battle pass, but yeah.
All right, maybe it's just something on my end. Maybe it's because I'm recording at the same time, right? Okay, so let me see.
Yeah,
You can get the blueprint for Wings, Inspo, and Resolve. Okay. The same can be done for Inspo and Volition. So you can get, at least you can get the blueprints for these by just doing the Noctoyoger manuals missions, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Yep.
And the missions from the new area with those new mobs, they're, as far as I can tell, they're much nicer, right? And there are defense missions, but you don't have to travel for ages till you get to the payload, right? You just dash twice and you're there.
Right.
Which is helpful.
Okay, and let me see. Immersive theater. Okay, so we have 65 secret letters that we can get from this. That's great. I wonder if they fixed the thing where if you just clear up to stage 12, you don't have enough
Because the game is
tickets
just...
to, you know, empty the shop, which is kind of funny.
Honestly, if they're gonna get review bombed for this shit, that's their fault.
Because I still had tickets from last time.
Don't
if
worry,
I'm
because
gonna
it
be
doesn't matter.
honest,
Like the only
they kinda
the
deserve
tickets that
it.
you get for anything beyond stage 12 is very negligible. It's like what, 20 per run?
Oh, I can already tell you right now. No, you don't have enough to get all the weapon blueprints and all the materials in there. No.
Do you at least have enough to get all of the weapon blueprints?
Nope.
You do, not even for the weapon blueprints.
You can get the 10, and then you get the extra 20. I can't get all 30 of them.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, that's always been a thing, which is not good, right? But it is what it is.
Well, yeah, it's always been a thing from the start of the game, but that's the problem. I was expecting them to actually try to change this, right? Sheesh.
Nope.
Okay.
Again, like, as far as I can tell, there's so much quality of life that's easy changes that it could have implemented for this patch, and there's just none of it. The only thing is, like, when you have Deft on your Genimon, in some missions, like Escort, you just approach the puzzle device, and your AI teammates resolve it. You don't even have to click on it, right?
Okay.
But other than that, I don't see any quality of life here. Okay, they added some of those zip lines in some of the missions. But if you use the polearm tech, it doesn't really matter. It's still quicker to just like... Oh, thank God they didn't fix that.
Oh yeah,
I hope they never fix that.
Yeah, I still want to be able to like fly permanently.
Yeah, zoom around.
Like this is what this type of like build system is designed for, to basically break the game, right? This is why you want this type of build system. Okay, anyway, okay, let me actually go to the shop, because you mentioned there is... Oh, hello, nurse. I'm sorry, I'm getting the new skin for Fushu right now in my face, and it's just like, I can't say anything, man. It looks really good. So wait, is this the new... Can you outright buy it, or is it the new gacha? Okay, no, it's the new gacha.
I don't know if you can buy it. It's a new gacha.
No, it is the new gacha. Okay. Do we have anything else? No, no, we do have. It's Halcyon Gracefall. Okay. That's the weapon. That's the character. And this is the new posture, the emote. Okay, perfectly fine. Okay, so you can get Interwoven Thoughts. This is the new monthly card thing that they have going, where you get character letters instead of anything else. Right. Okay. Okay, and they still sell the monthly pass separately. Okay, that's good to know. But then where's the gift chest? Okay, so they have the chest for the... So 10...
They added a new thing as well. Well, actually, go on. You look through it, and if you miss it, I'll tell you.
Wait. I just realized the thought chest that basically is giving you 10 secret letters of the featured character, it's $10. So they're selling you a secret letter per $1. Are you for real?
Well, it seems that way.
Yikes.
They also have another one where you basically get thoughts, right, directly, but you get like 5 thoughts every day. And I don't know how much it costs. It's in there somewhere. I just like briefly saw it, but you pay to get 5 days of thoughts, right? And yeah, you just get thoughts directly. You just have to wait for them for some reason. I don't know why they did that to get where you get 5 daily. Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? Because you can already buy. You can buy characters outright. Why would you put a daily limit and you have to do it for 5 days or something? That doesn't, like,
30.
it just doesn't make any sense, right?
Well, let me actually take a look at this.
Because you gotta get it
because
6
I
times.
understand what you mean, and I think I can rationalize it. But give me just a second. What else did they add in the weekly gift box section? Oh, so weapon ascension selection chest. Okay, I don't know what that is. It's gonna give you like what? Just weapon ascension materials. Okay. In terms of items, we have a new weapon called Cloud Veil Unfurl. That's 3,280. Whoo! Foxines. What is this? Foxine Plumule. So the premium currency, this is like what?
A bit over 50. Probably $60 maybe?
Yeah, I think so. So it's okay. So it's exactly $50. The new weapon is exactly $50.
That's a spicy skin right there.
Yeah, that's a little. And you're telling me that a single amplification stimulator is gonna cost 2,680?
Yep.
Yeah, $50.
That's gonna be $30 if you just take into account the fact that you get the, the double top up for your first purchase. Wow.
But if you
Yeah,
don't
this
have that, it's
isn't looking
50.
good.
I think someone at Pan Studio went, guys, the numbers aren't looking good profit-wise. Let's see what we can do. You know, make some more profit. But it's really not the right path to take.
It's not the right path to take, but I'm always going to be on the player's side first and foremost, right? But as a little thought experiment, I am trying to, you know, think of an idea as to why they would go down this path. So I'm assuming maybe they saw that the numbers were bad and they're kind of like in a race against time. If we don't get this much money by this point in time, we're gonna have
That's their
to
own
like
problem,
either
not
severely
mine.
downscale the game or completely shut it down, right? And maybe that's why they're being strong-armed into this. I don't know, right? But regardless of whether they're being strong-armed or not, holy shit, this is still such a bad move. Okay, finally.
I think
I found the secret letter shop with the new Blueprint Eternity and Blueprint, what is this? Resolve. Okay, so these are the ones that apparently you can get only from the shop, right?
the middle one.
Let me stream for you as well so you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, the one in the middle that basically increases your
Yeah,
tolerance.
those two. Yeah.
Okay. So apparently these are shop only, which I guess it's kind of fine. The reason being, I don't think... Wait, actually, no, hold on a second. Because I never once spent secret letters to try to get any of the golden ones. Because I always assumed I could basically craft my way up to these, right? So I'm assuming if the only two that can be bought from the secret letter shop are this, Eternity and Berserker, or whatever they're called, right? I think that's fine because everything else, you can craft your way up to them, right?
No, all of those are only... All of the golden versions of what you see in there, those can only be obtained with letters.
Okay.
And it's awful.
okay,
I
never
hate
mind.
it.
Everything you see here...
I hate the
Yeah.
entire process
However,
of that
like,
shit.
these only become valuable when you start amplifying them, right? So
Mhm.
right now, like base, so base gold and everything there, some of them will have like a few percent extra stats compared to the purple version, but like especially the ones that have the face on them, I forget what they're called. Those ones have the same stats as their purple version because you're meant to invest into those when you just want to start amplifying them, right?
I see.
So all of those with the face on, they have, I'm pretty sure they have the same bonus. If you click the top one, you'll see what it gives you. So those have the same numbers as the purple one when they're fully maxed. They're valuable only when you start amplifying them, right?
Damn, that's unfortunate. Now, honestly, I wouldn't have that much of a problem with this if they had kept the drop rates for the
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome,
because you would still
Render.
be able to play this.
We're
and
just
get
like
them in a
looking at the
reasonable amount
freaking
of
video
time.
here.
But now, apparently,
I'll, like, go
you
through
know, you get
the-
shafted, which is unfortunate.
So
Here,
from
let me
my
show it.
observations
I'm doing
on the
this
secret letter
here.
drops,
Oh, what is
when I
that?
do the
First Descendant?
level
Okay.
80 ones, the final commissions that you can after trial rank 60, the drop rate is still pretty okay. I don't really have the data to compare what
He
I was getting
wishes
before, but I still feel
it
like
was
if I do
bacon,
the
Kira.
hardest ones, like with the highest level mobs, the drop rate is still acceptable, right?
Right.
But I
Alright,
think what's
cool.
happened is it's the
New
lower
link?
level
What
ones
new
that
link?
people have been farming that they just don't really drop anything anymore.
What's this
Like,
about
they
a new
drop
link?
a lot less secret letters than they did before. This pretty much affects someone that's like a casual player. They just go in.
Oh, cool.
I
We
wanna
got
have a bit
3
of
of
fun, have a
these.
bit of fun. I didn't really.
Okay, you need
regen
3
all
more
my
of this
trial rank
volition.
60, so I'm trial rank 62 because I've been
Alright.
optimizing the hell out of the game.
But yeah, thanks for the raid,
But not
guys.
everyone plays like that, right?
Yeah.
So
Well-
you essentially, if you're casual, you're the one that.
But yeah, like, the freaking 1.1 is, Alright, let's eventually get everything to plus 10, I guess. I'll just get rid of that thing there. But yeah, welcome. Right, we gotta get all the volition, then we have to get the other thing. Alright.
I'm gonna kick your
destroy.
Rut, sweet arrow. Night goes down your throat.
No.
Like the merciful tears of Mother Earth. How many close
The farming for a bunch of this stuff is not fun.
That's it. How pathetic.
Alright, we need to get one more volition. And then I'll have to get the other thing.
Let's go. You asked for it.
as every river returns to the misty sea.
Here's the other thing too. For a lot of these stages to farm, it's better to do it on mobile. Or rather, do it on an Android emulator. Because mobs spawn closer.
Rut, sweet arrow.
So you can clear it a little bit faster.
Be still, dear soul. 'Tis my
Like the new level 60 expulsion stage, you can clear it almost 3 times faster. AFKing it on mobile than you can do it on PC. Depending on your settings. And because of how it treats the handling mob spawning.
Venom going down your throat. Samsara's pulse.
Hey man, you eventually get to the point where you just like don't even want to anymore. They need to change the fucking Mystic Maze. I hate farming Mystic Maze. I farmed +7 of every Mystic Maze wedge last patch.
How pathetic.
Okay, I don't have to do Volition anymore. That Volition. But it was just pain. And then I have to do it again to get the things to +8. Not looking forward to it. It's not that like you have to farm so much, it's just the farm is so boring. And it's just tedious. The nerf to secret letter drops as well is just a pain too. I'm talking about like the actual drops when you're spending them. Because it feels a lot worse. It is a lot worse, man. I literally did like I was literally like farming secret letters for Lisbel earlier. I would have like 10, 12, 13 secret letters go by and not a single character shard drop. In like a batch, and then I get like a drop and then like nothing again. And then I get a drop and then nothing again for a while.
Who's the target today?
It is so bad, man. But yeah, we got Lisbel to I6 now as well.
Samuel, here we go.
Right. It's just, Alright, let's see. We need, 10 of these. What's the other one here? Yeah, because I'm already crafting one of those volitions, and then we put that into this thing. We need to get the resolve as well, so we can put it into that one. I mean, yeah, and it's just gonna get worse and worse, man. What's my playtime at now? Jesus. 1145 now. Ugh. Alright, these things are just, it's just
Let's
pain,
finish this
man.
quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
It's especially bad because you can't just keep chaining more waves. So I can't just, like, put it to the side.
The currents will silence you.
He's like, doing this shit is not fun. And then just going to the next one to do it again, like... I'm using 8x, like, drop boosters, but, like, it's just not... Right, I haven't seen the new content yet, but, like, let's be real. 99% of the time we spend in this shit is just farming. And the farm is just so awful, man. It is so boring. It is so tedious. And we're just doing this. You go to the next spot, go AFK again, then go to the next spot. It's just, it's just like too much and it's just so tedious, man. But yeah, what are you gonna do about it? They really do, especially when they advertised AFK farming. Like, especially when they advertised AFK farming at one point. And, like, it's not even something I have to go out of my way to make up. Because they straight up advertised it. Let me even find it. This is, right, this is on their official YouTube channel. It's like around this spot here. They straight up advertised it here.
完全是两种截然不同的游戏体验，一定要带上，一定要带上
Don't leave
呀！
home without
在
them. They
受
were
益人
talking about
首
like
次
the
获得
combat
角色
partner
后，会同时获
feature.
得该角色的印记，在战斗出发前为印记
This
配
is
置
the part
武
where
器，
they
战
straight
斗
up
中就可以召
advertised
唤
it
印记，
before.
帮助你共同杀敌，减轻压力。比如选择2个有范围伤害技能的队友在身边的话，自己就可以一下都不用打，直接碎大。
They even says here, go AFK, go take a nap, man. But you can't really AFK and take a nap when you have to keep clicking the thing to continue. So, like, it feels like false advertising right there. You know? Oh. Clicked on the wrong thing. And look at this, no drops. I used the freaking 8x multiplier, and I got 0 drops. How wonderful, guys. Thanks for the follow as well, Malboro.
Tons of chores waiting for me at home.
It's so dumb, man. Alright, like, I don't even have to make up the fact that they advertised AFK farming.
Because I chose to live on.
But yeah.
Run from the sweet aroma.
This is just, Alright, like, this is just,
Sweet venom going down your throat.
And, like, I don't even care that much about these secret letter clues. I have over 8,000 of them. Alright, I haven't seen what, like, the current patch events are, but I heard it's just mostly secret letter clues, which I don't really value. Personally, I don't really value them when I literally have thousands of them and I get them very easily. Without doing anything. So it's just kind of a shit reward.
Because I chose to live on.
The thing too is like when you go do the secret letter commissions, the fact that you have to do each one by one, no boosters, you can't speed it up. You can't just spend more to do it fast, to do more at a time. It makes it even more painful.
Currents will silence you.
What?
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Only one drop. I used an 8x multiplier. Only one drop. Wow. Oh, I should change the weapons out so I can get free experience for weapons.
Let's finish this quickly.
Why? What did he do on Mr. What did he do on Kick? What did he do? I was like not home or not around. Though to be honest, like it might have been better to just stay home. Honestly. Does like does your extended family have like weird cliques in them? Because mine does, and it's just like when a certain person is just not there to like keep things in check, it's just like I actually like on the way home from like the thing from like the Christmas with the extended family at their place yesterday, I made the joke to my mom where it's just like we should have just used the money we spent to get all this stuff and like to bring there and just like went somewhere else instead. It would have been cheaper and we would have had a much better time. Like I said that as like a joke, but like actually.
Mission wrapping up.
Thrust in the sweet arrow.
No, I'm talking about extended family, man.
Currents will silence you.
Maybe if I'll bring out MS Paint to like draw an example of what I mean.
Mission wrapping up.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Because I chose to live on.
No, she kind of regrets going too. Like I told her, it's like with all the shit and the stress they put her under in before going and getting stuff in there. Like she also just regrets going because it's just it's just yeah. But yeah, this is just
Because I chose to live on.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvage.
wow, the 0 drops there. Amazing. 0 drops from that one. I hate this shit, man.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Okay, we might as well get some positive experience for this guy that I'm never gonna use. Alright, let me get MS Paint open. Okay. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Okay, so basically this is what happens, right? So let me go over kind of what happened there. Let me just adjust this. So imagine like, alright, so let me just get a group here. Sorry, let's say this group of 3 is just like me, my mom, my brother here, right? We're gonna have just put a line here, whatever. And then we're gonna have like a different circle here. I'm going to make this red. I'll fill it in. Alright, we'll have this be a different thing. Okay. So, let me take a. Okay, so let's say here, so like the blue section would be, related to my mom's side of the family, right? And then a thing here. So anyways, so we have, one of my uncles here married someone in this thing, right? And then, if they're in red, right, it's gonna represent like a different clique of people there, right? So like you'll have like another family of like, let's say a family of 4 of them here. Let's say there's that. Like there's another one of like there's like 5 of them in over here. Alright. Honestly, let me just copy paste this to get a more accurate number representation. You're gonna see what I mean here. Okay. And then I guess there's like one group of it's like somewhat neutral. Let me get the neutral group. I'll just put them here. Alright. Except, they have a daughter who is effectively part of that clique as well. So, they're gonna get colored in red. right? And then I'll put like other things that are like related here, other groups, thing that, and then I'll just show who was no show. So like there's like another group. Wait, actually. There's like that one. And then I'll put, I guess put that one there. So anyways, this is just like to represent the thing going on here, okay? And then there's like, stay close enough. Looks a bit weird. Maybe if I drag this over. Not the most organized. Again, this is just rushed in MS Paint. It'll get the point across. Okay. Anyways, so we have this big family get-together thingy for Christmas or whatever at the place, right? Oh wait, let me just go get another defense stage started while I break it down. Because it takes a while to get through them. Alright, hi Protox. Welcome. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Alright, let me just get the defense stage started.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
While I break it down. So, we're gonna cross out everyone who was a no-show for various different reasons, okay? So, the thing is, right? One of the relatives here, basically married, someone who's, and then the red stuff is gonna be part of their family here, except for this thing over here. This one's a bit of a thing here. Technically, you'd have this thing here, so I guess technically I should. It would make sense to color this in. Right, so each of the circles in a group, they basically, I mean, there's like, this is like their family thing there, right? So anyways, we have this, right? This guy, right, my uncle over here, marries, someone over here, right? And what ends up happening in this whole dynamic thing here, there's this, they have, someone from this side, whatever, host a thing there for like a Christmas celebration, whatever, right? So obviously invites and stuff like that go out and things happen there, right? Anyways, so the thing is, the people in red here, except for this thing, this is, we'll go over that one at last, right? The ones in red, basically. So this one, this group, this group, this group, and this group. Not this group, but the reason why I colored one of them red in, we'll go over that after. Anyways, they basically have their own, like, weird clique or whatever going on in there, right? And they kind of have favoritism and all sorts of other things between each other in there. Anyway, so basically, this is what's going on here, right? So, me and my mom, my brother, and stuff like that are here. Don't ask about my father, that's its own other mess. Whatever. Anyway, so who's the no-show? So I'm going to cross out everyone who is a no-show. So, because of reasons, no-show, no-show for this group, no-show for this group, right? Oh, and then this group, technically, there's kind of this old other drama thing here over a dispute over inheritance of something. and like it's between one of the person here, and then between the uncle who's over here and my mom over here, whatever. Basically, these two here, they're in agreement with something, but my aunt over here not happy about something else, and they're basically like inheriting. It's about inheritance of some land in the Philippines, that they own because their parents, they passed away a while ago. Whatever, the grandparents there, and basically, the aunt wants to sell it, but my mom and my uncle, they want to keep it. Right, they're in favor of that. That's this old other thing. There's problems there. So, anyways, no show there, right? So, like, this is what's left. So then you have this group here, right? They would technically be aligned with the thing here, except their daughter. That's why I colored them red. Basically, eventually ended up joining up with the clique over here. And you can kind of imagine how things are when you go to a party or whatever, and this is like the whole dynamic and the whole situation here. Right? So like, in practice, basically, it's like as if this doesn't exist, and this doesn't exist, and this doesn't exist, and this doesn't exist, and there you go. So now imagine being in the blue group. And imagine the experience there. Except, I guess this thing I can just, I might as well, because of the situation there, I might as well turn that one purple, because they're technically more aligned, and they're kind of just there. So you can kind of imagine what it'll be like to be in this situation. And the things that go on in there. Especially with the things that they decided to do and change or whatever last minute. Alright, you can kind of just imagine. Alright, cool. I'm done with that one, I think. Wait, am I? Wait, no, I think I need one more of those. Yep. I'm gonna need to farm a bunch of pans inspo, and that's fine. I can AFK farm that one later. But yeah. Alright, let's get the other thing. What even is the, oh. God damn it. Yeah, I'm not doing any of those. God, why do these all have to be shit? It's gonna be a pain doing the secret letter wedges. Yeah, wings, inspo, volition. I'll just toss in a blue one. Too many eggs on display. It's fine, it's whatever.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores
Yeah,
waiting.
things went on and it wasn't great. I mean, if you're not in the group with the things there, it's just, Oh cool, I got my redeem code for Snowbreak, my Snowbreak rewards. I kinda wanna see what they gave me. Let me pull up Snowbreak real quick. My free mats. There's a different guy like doing the communication now for Snowbreak. I swear there's something going on with like a season and whoever is like managing stuff in there, because like within the past I think 6 or 7 months, it's like I've seen whoever is responding or whatever contacting like change 3 times. or something. Alright, I just wanna enter my code thing.
分析来たのね。外寒かったでしょ。
What the hell? Okay, that is a redeem code, alright. Yeah, so like this is basically what we got here. There's 4 of these pulls, 3 of these pulls, a bunch of this junk, a bunch of Digicash, and then there's the ultimate battle pass. Cool. I get this shit in here for free. If I didn't get this shit for free, I probably wouldn't bother with a lot of stuff in Snowbreak. If I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, for one of the missions it said I had to do this thing manually, I think. So I will get that done manually.
弾をばらまくのって気持ちよく銃弾の雨で重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのにキスして戦いが終わったら銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね臨時収入ねね勝利を約束してあげるわ今までのよ
うに Alright, cool. Got another one of those mission things done. Alright, can I get the weapon now? Nope.
これもいいし、あれもいいし、もう選べないよ。なるほど、こういうのがお好みなんだね。
There we go, there's a weapon. What pity was that? Okay, that was like 67 pity. Where is Boo Boo? Yeah, I just counted the thing there. I mean, I get it for free, man. It's just waiting for them to send me stuff is pain sometimes, because they take forever. But, like, yeah, free is free. And they're sending me stuff next month as well. Let's see. Oh, now she has her weapon. And then, let's see what else we got. Oh, we can get a fall for you outfit. Alright, now we have another outfit for the collection there. What's the random weapon junk we got here? Okay, another weapon to destroy. I already have this thing maxed out. Not like I'm ever gonna use that thing. Where is it? Fuck, where is that gun? Oh, here. Oh, I have so much blue junk in here to get rid of. Ah. I'm trying to delete a yellow weapon. Because at least I get those things that I can use for something. Yeah, I don't even know what I want to use it on. I did skip one weapon. There's only one limited weapon I skipped. Do I use it on this? Maybe. I don't know. I have 50 of these. I can use it on one of these weapons. I don't know what I'm gonna use it on yet, though. There's probably like another weapon I can destroy as well. That I just didn't destroy yet. Lava bones. Oh yeah, Olympus can be destroyed. Nope, there's like no point in this weapon. Right, lava bones. What do we even have on thing? I mean, I guess I can upgrade this to like its max variant. Not like I'm ever gonna use it. I can technically do it. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Alright, back to this.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home. Huh?
Yeah, I want my shiny Roboxy, man.
Mission wrapping up.
I could probably like automate and script getting Carmine globules if I had all the things in place. Maybe. Oh wait, no. With that way that one mission works. I guess not. Yeah, the grind that's just the awful grind that never stops.
Because I chose to live on.
Like, it'd be nice if they at least made it so, like, when I get the freaking, missions to go get the wedges, I'd, you know, I'd rather just not do them. Getting those new wedges for the middle slot is gonna be a pain.
Because I chose to live on.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
And nothing but garbage there, of course.
I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Guys, we having fun yet? Are we? Because it's just, it's, yeah. It's, well, it's something. No, we just wait. This is just so, slow.
Currents will silence.
Alright, come on, give me my drops.
Because I chose to live on. No violent contact. Mission wrapping up.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Okay, cool. I don't need to do this one anymore. Because eventually I gotta get that to plus 10. Thanks for the follow as well, Esther Jr. You're welcome. Yeah. So I'll probably get this to like plus 10 tomorrow. The Siren's Wing is Inspo 1. I don't know. Alright, let's see. We gotta get those things crafted. That thing. Wait, this one takes 2. So it takes 3. It would take 3 toy hammers to speed these up, to speed up one wedge. Damn. Alright, let's get the they didn't add anything there. Or in that group. Yeah, there's that thing for skill duration, and then there's a resolve one. Okay. So I need the resolve one.
Who's the target today?
Gilbert, wakey wakey. It's time to leave.
Oh yeah, eventually I'm gonna need to get this one in gold at plus 10. The duration one. Okay, yeah, I have one's wings inspo resolve, so I need I'll need 9 of those blueprints. Right, I need to get 9 of those, and then I need to get... 9 of those. And that's hedge. God damn it. Or like it'd be a lot better if they just made it actually enjoyable to do this farm, man. It's just a pain to do this shit. Oh yeah, this hedge stage looks very half-baked and deep-fried at the same... half-baked, over-baked, and deep-fried at the same time. Like the visuals of this area.
Pay for wasting my time.
God, would it kill them to make this like not awful to do? Can they spawn closer, please? So I can knock them out faster? The fact that like it's not fully open and there's some obstacles in the way from hitting them is just really annoying. Because it makes this shit take even longer.
That's it. How pathetic.
Alright, that's 2 of those. We need 7 more of those resolves.
Let's go. You asked for it.
But yeah, I'm just gonna like farm all the new wedges before even doing the new immersive theater. And just so I can brute force it even easier. Just cause. Alright. Got that one done.
That's it. How pathetic.
Wow, 0 drops there. 0 drops. I'm using the 8x booster and like 0 drops there.
Let's go.
Come on.
That's it. How pathetic.
0 drops there as well. God damn it. 0 drops there.
Let's go. Pay for wasting my time.
Come on.
That's it. How pathetic.
Alright, that's 4. I should just start crafting one of those so I can get a thing going for another one.
Who's the target today?
Alright, we need 8 of the results, so we need 5 more. Need 5 more of the schematic there. Blueprints or whatever. And then I have to get the other one.
You asked for it.
Come on.
That's it. How pathetic.
Alright, we need 4 more of these done. And then I gotta get the higher tier one as well.
Let's go. Now I'm mad.
Tis my guide. Night comes to be, as every river returns to the misty sea.
Alright, come on.
Samsara's cross. Be still, blessed. Tis my guide. Like the merciful tears of God.
Come on.
As every river returns to the misty sea. Samsara's cross.
That's it. How pathetic.
0 drops there. On to the next one. Man, this shit is so boring.
Let's go. Pay for wasting my time.
Be still, blessed. Tis my guide. As every river returns to the misty sea. Like the merciful tears.
Come on.
Samsara's cross. As every river returns to the misty sea. Night comes to be.
Bro, they're not even close enough to get hit.
Be still, blessed. Tis my guide.
That's it. How pathetic.
And 0 drops once again.
Let's go.
Come closer. Like the merciful tears of Mother Earth.
You asked for it.
Come on. Man, farming this is so boring. Come on. Give me my stuff. Yeah, what? If I'll, it's not really. I still have to hold down left click, otherwise she stops shooting.
That's it. How pathetic.
I need 3 more of those blueprints. Alright, need 3 more. Wait, can I even AFK this?
Night turns to dawn, as every river returns to the misty sea. Come closer.
I guess I can.
Move it, or else you won't live long enough to pay me.
I just don't. I can hit more things. So this is faster. Oh my god, this shit is so boring.
That's it. How pathetic.
Alright, now I need 2 more of those. Man, this shit is just so boring to farm. But I at least want to get all of these done now.
Let's go.
Alright, I just wait here for a bit.
Night turns to dawn.
Pay for wasting my time.
'Tis my guide. As every river returns to the misty sea.
You asked for it. That's it. How pathetic.
Okay. I don't need to farm that one anymore. Now I need to get the other one. Because like at least I want to get rid of like having to do the Noctorager manual level 80 stages. At least I want to try to get rid of having to do that for good. I feel like, man, it's just so boring to do these. Yeah, I need to make that number a 9 from 2, so we need to get 7 of these. 7 more blueprints here.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Right, now we just wait for that to get itself done. I guess we can go do like a react or something. If he can find something interesting enough to do. Alright, let's see. Okay, what did you get? You sent me. Okay, that's cool. Some Pokemon Lego sets. Neat. Mongolian Jingle Bells take social media by storm. What is this? Mongolian Jingle Bells. Okay. Racist fruits? Okay. Okay then. Sure. We got Mongolian Jingle Bells. Yeah, I don't know what made your Bluetooth not work. That is kinda dumb. Alright, what is this? What did someone put here? 25 years of Tourette's guy. What the fuck is this shit? The fuck? Wait, didn't we see this one already? I just didn't work that one. Alright, let's see. Anything interesting enough that catches my attention real quick here? I guess let's see the Gamers Nexus news video thing. AI deregulation. And corruption.
Our big tech overlords are getting exactly what they lobbied the federal government for, which is minimum AI regulation, maximum AI grift. And in fact, the tech executives now say that even though they won't stop vacuuming up all their hardware and sequestering it away so that consumers can't get it, they actually have too much of it. That's right. Here's Microsoft CEO.
Biggest issue we are now having is not a compute glut, but it's a power. And it's sort of the ability to get the builds done fast enough close to power. So if you can't do that, you may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. In fact, that is my problem today, right? It's not a supply issue of chips. It's actually the fact that I don't have warm shells to plug into.
Don't you just hate it when you have like too many $80,000 GPUs and a bunch of land? Meanwhile, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang says that not only are AI weapon systems and the people who design them unfairly vilified, but so is energy.
Without energy, how do we build chip plants, computer system plants? And these AI data centers, we call them AI factories. Chip factories, supercomputer factories, and AI factories. They all require energy, every single one of them. How do you do that without energy? And so the fact that we vilified energy for so long, President Trump sticking his neck out and taking it on the chin and helping the country realize that energy is necessary for our growth.
Yes, energy is necessary, but they're fucking eating it all up. They're taking all of it and making us pay for it. so they can sell their slop back to us. Like, bruh, that's the problem. I don't even know why. I didn't even set up the second one.
One of
I don't know.
One of the greatest things he's done right off the bat.
Now, you might have had trouble understanding him with all
I don't even know what the second one is for. I think it was because people were talking about stuff in the other one. It's so that like they don't like. It was eventually meant for people who were gonna chat about something, because people were talking about stuff and trying to put stuff in the other one, this is a submission one, but yeah. And then nobody did that again. Yeah, sticking out his neck, yeah, for sure, surely.
all that gargling he's doing, but he's actually saying that energy is vilified. That's right, ever since Newton, we've known that energy is the villain. In fact, it's his fourth law. An object in a data center exists in two constant states of matter, good and evil. So unless Juan is talking about bringing coal and oil online to power Gemini's next Elmer's Glue-inspired pizza recipe, we're not sure who this energy boogeyman is. Normal people have been...
Yeah, nobody is, like, vilifying energy. Like, what? They're not vilifying energy. The problem isn't that. The problem is these pieces of shit, like, taking up all of it.
Pushing for access to renewable energy for decades now. But other than death and taxes, stonks go up is the other global constant of life, and that's in spite of the fact that AI is spreading misinformation on social media, promoting propaganda, inflating your electricity bill, and polluting the environment. To comment on this, here's OpenAI CEO and man caught using his own software for gooning on the company computer so he has to retroactively pretend it was for R&D purposes, Sam Altman.
I'm very worried about a 50-state patchwork. I think it's a big mistake.
The government says it wants to, quote, make federal lands available for data center construction and construction of power generation infrastructure for those data centers by directing agencies with significant land portfolios to identify sites suited to large-scale development, end quote. Which, as we understand it, would mean moving land owned by the people of the United States to private data center corporation ownership instead. It also wants to, quote, expedite environmental permitting, end quote, by, quote, reducing regulations promulgated under the Clean Air Act, end quote, and the Clean Water Act. So, great. That's good. It doesn't really matter what you think of climate change. I think we can all agree that breathing and drinking poison, undesirable. And especially when it's for purposes of whatever it is Google, Gemini, and ChatGPT are trying to do. It just doesn't seem like a very good trade-off. But the federal government now is waging a shitpost Twitter war against states for AI regulation. And because the US and Congress can't figure out how the fuck to regulate AI, which definitely has nothing to do with the fact that the median age for Senate is 65 years old. I mean, technically it's 64.7 now because some of them died, but that really just kind of proves the point. Look, the point is, no one knows how this stuff works in office or how to rule on it, so states are taking AI regulation matters into their own hands. The executive branch and the corpo donors who give to it don't like that. So today we're going over the clusterfuck that is AI regulations and states' rights as it relates to AI buildouts and data centers.
What we need to do instead is, at this point, just nuke all these freaking data centers if they're gonna be pieces of shit, and then kill all the CEOs there. You guys in favor of that? I am.
Centers in the United States. If you live in the US, chances are that your community will be directly impacted by at least one data center, seen as current estimates project 3,000 new data centers under construction in the US, including hotspots in DC, Texas, Georgia, Arizona, and states bordering the Great Lakes, with their easy access to water. Let's go over what's happening. The NCA is thus far fully funded, without third-party sponsors embedded in the videos. This video,
the Great Lakes are already dirty enough as it is. It doesn't need to get worse.
It was brought to you by our brand new gray project and soldering mat that we just launched on the GN store over on store.gamersaccess.net, joining our red, green, yellow, and blue soldering mat.
Alright, those links aren't going to be so great anymore after they're done with it.
These high-quality, ultra-durable silicone mats are extremely heat-resistant and excellent for all kinds of projects, from soldering electronics to model building and miniatures painting. The mats offer a large...
I can just imagine it now. It's like Niagara Falls closed for business because they put they're damming up the freaking falls so that they could build and reroute things to the data center on the other side of the border. Because, like, the funniest part is you go see Niagara Falls. The thing you're looking at is you go to the Canadian side so you can look at the American side, because that's where the thing to look at is. The view is from the Canadian side to see the American side. That's why you would go to Niagara Falls or something. So, like, I can only imagine what they're gonna do. Because, like, if you go from the American side to go look at the falls, the view is shit. But you go across the border, and you get the best view. Shit's why, like, you have, like, a bunch of casinos and all sorts of other things that's, like, in tourist spots, just, like, on the Canadian side, but nothing on the American side. If you've ever been there. There's a reason why. Because everyone goes to the Canadian side to look at the falls, not the American side.
Large work area with screw sorting trays that we've molded into the silicone in our 3D software designs, screwdriver, paintbrush, and pen holders, spool holders, and even electrical schematic diagrams molded in 3D. The new gray mat brings a light gray work surface that makes it easy to locate commonly black and silver screws while also blending into just about any environment. This is a brand new color formulation for us and was designed to match our Retro IO coaster pack on the store, which has a floppy drive coaster included using a similar light gray color as a throwback for the front panel of the computer. Head over to store.gamersnexus.net to grab one of these brand new project and soldering mat colors, or of course you can grab one of our existing colorways for it. These are in stock and shipping now. Here's what happened. On December 11th, the White House signed an executive order that would try to create a national framework and prevent U.S. states from imposing their own AI regulation, with the White House proclaiming efforts in the name of maintaining U.S. dominance in AI. A few days prior, on December 8th, U.S. President Trump posted on social media saying, quote, "There must be only one rulebook if we are going to continue to lead in AI. One rulebook to rule them all. One rule to find them. One rule to bring them all, and in the data center bind them."
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs.
Wait, no, that's not right. The post continues and interstitious some capitalization that we're going to accurately portray now. We are beating all countries at this point in the race, but that won't last long if we are going to have 50 states, many of them bad actors, involved in rules and the approval process. There can be no doubt about this. AI will be destroyed in its infancy. Oh no, not destroyed in its infancy.
Tons of chores waiting.
Quote, "I will be doing a one-rule executive order this week. You can't expect every company to get 50 capital A approvals every time they want to do something. That will never work," end quote. Now, regarding the line that says, quote, "You can't expect a company to get 50 approvals every time they want to do something, that'll never work," end quote, that's largely how it works when it comes to health insurance, auto insurance, life insurance, property insurance, the sale of alcohol, some state-level data privacy laws, things like that. But this executive order plays right into the hands of the big tech company executives.
Exactly.
Earlier in December, NVIDIA CEO and White House Globetrotter Jensen Huang stated,
State-by-state AI regulation would drag this industry into a halt, and it would create a national security concern, as we need to make sure that the United States advances AI technology as quickly as possible. A federal AI regulation is the wisest.
Now, we put this into our Google Translate tool to convert from corpo greed speak to English, and we found that the phrase, quote, "We need to make sure the United States advances AI technology as quickly as possible," end quote, means we need to make sure we get paid as quickly as possible. This echoed what OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said in May, and not the thing he said about the fan fiction part from OpenAI.
I think it would be quite bad. I think it very difficult to imagine us figuring out how to comply with 50 different sets of regulation. And in many of these states, there have been, dozens of different bills proposed that I understand several of which could be passed.
Look at Lisa Sue over here. She's like, look at this dumbass over here. You see her just like staring, then she goes, but looks away, and then stares again and looks away.
That will slow us down at a time where I don't think it's in anyone's interest for us to slow down.
Just looking somewhere else.
One federal framework that is light touch, that we can understand and that lets us, move with the speed that this moment calls for, seems important. And
like she's probably thinking, what can I do to go milk more to make a bunch more money out of this guy, this clown over here? What can we do next? What kind of deal or whatever can we come up with to extract even more money out of these guys? That's probably what she's thinking over there.
Fine.
And he's not alone. Billionaire venture capitalist, member of the Meta or Facebook board, and Conehead cosplayer Mark Andreessen has said the same. On November 18th, President Trump posted this, quote, "We must have one federal standard instead of a patchwork of 50 state regulatory regimes. If we don't, then China will easily catch us in the AI race," end quote. This post was retweeted by Andreessen, who is allegedly looking out for the little guy, and he said, quote, "The president is right. A 50-state patchwork is a startup killer. Federal AI legislation is essential. There's no bigger issue for little tech," end quote. Now, if you're curious what kind of little tech Meta board member Mark Andreessen supports, we found some examples. Facebook is one of them. In 2016, India's government ruled that Facebook's Internet Access Program, in exchange for Facebook usage, was anti-competitive and illegal. In response, and while serving Facebook's board, he posted a deleted but preserved by NPR tweet, tweeting that India's government was, quote, "morally wrong," end quote, and had committed, quote, "another in a long line of economically suicidal decisions against its own citizens," end quote, followed by a tweet that read, quote, "Anti-colonialism has been economically catastrophic for the Indian people for decades. Why stop now?" End quote. After backlash, he deleted the tweets and posted, quote, "To be clear, I'm 100% opposed to colonialism," end quote. Which is always a great way to start a sentence. It's right up there with when your crazy uncle at Thanksgiving starts a sentence with, "I'm not racist, but," and "isn't it crazy that?" Gaffes about colonialism aside, we think that feudal Federal deregulation of data center buildouts and AI is disproportionately going to benefit the largest players here, as it'll allow them to recklessly expand and steamroll anybody, but especially the smaller tech companies that are starting up who gets in their way. It also disincentivizes doing the right thing, and I think this is pretty important, even for the large companies that do want to do the right thing, if any of them exist, because now they would be at a competitive disadvantage versus their competitors who are willing to throw all concerns and caution out the window in the name of whatever it is they think they're doing right now by just building data centers all over the planet, like the Death Star or something that's going to have a bunch of things sticking out of it. While big tech gets richer, the federal government keeps going back and forth, so AI development and advances continue largely unabated. We'll look back briefly at some of the policy history for AI just in general. It's still fairly new, at least as an actual like possibility, and the earliest...
And like, here's the other thing, here's the other problem too. What happens when they eventually move on, or their current stockpile of stuff becomes obsolete because it's not efficient enough to keep doing what they're doing with the things now, and they replace it with the next set of chips afterwards? What's gonna happen with all those, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars at this point of AI data center equipment? Like, what's gonna happen to those, like, you know, formerly like $80,000, $100,000 GPU clusters, like per node? What's gonna happen to those? What's gonna happen to all of those? Right? Especially when, like, no one can really do anything with them outside of the stuff that they're doing with them now. Where are they gonna all end up? Right? Like, what's gonna happen to all of that shit, and where's it all gonna end up? Right, like, that's another thing people need to think about, too. It's like, what's gonna happen next? Go to war with what, man? Once it's, like, the thing is, like, obsoleted, it's like, it's just gonna end up in the landfill. You'll have a massive data center size landfills just taking up space with all their junk.
Sort of references in its modern form that we could find were during the Obama administration towards the end of it, where then President Obama, prior to exiting office, had some interviews with Wired. He kind of talked about
yeah, thanks for the follow,
at that time, for the most, as far as the public was concerned anyway. Now, the Biden administration and Trump administration were the first two to actually face something kind
of... Like, I would rather, like, the freaking disaster we had with the crypto mining boom, because guess what? At least at the end of the day, all of those crypto mining GPUs that were, like, scalped and the crypto miners bought, at least you could then buy it from them for like 1/10 of what they paid for them and use them still and go play games or whatever, because they're literally the same shit that you would buy for yourself in your own devices. But you can't say the same thing for these AI data center stuff. Like, they would not be applicable to something you could buy on the used market. Especially because, like, at least for a time, the used market was, like, actually pretty neat, like, pretty nice for GPUs, for, like, budget GPUs for a bit, after the whole thing, like, died down. Like, I remember, when I got my 3070, I was able to, like, get it off the used market for, like, I think it was, like, 250 Canadian dollars. Which is, like, what, like, 150, 160 US dollars at the time when I got it, those years ago. After, like, the whole Ethereum mining crash. Like, good price there. Like, I remember seeing things like GTX 1080s and shit go down to, like, as low as $100, when that used to be, like, you know, a $600 graphics card. Stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, it's the same shit you would just put in your regular rig. And the way crypto miners would do things is because, you know, they were concerned with power too. They would tune them. They wouldn't overclock them. They would actually, like, undervolt and underclock them a bit to get maximum efficiency for the hash rate. Because they would be running these massive, like, node clusters and everything. Right. But, like, at the end of the day, it's like, after they were done with it, they were still very useful to a lot of people. And that's not going to be the case with these data center cards, especially if they're, like, on the NVIDIA NVLink stuff. Because, like, you can't even plug that into, like, a regular consumer board or whatever, because you need to have, like, the special NVLink connection thing on your board.
Kind of real, that they could actually maybe create some kind of ruling on, and they've both decided to handle AI in very different ways. In 2023, President Biden signed an executive order that the executive branch stated was intended to create safeguards around AI development and to mitigate threats. The executive order would have also required companies to provide information to the US government about risks associated with AI. Additionally, the Biden administration proposed the AI diffusion rule in January, which would have tightened the GPU export controls in what they said was the name of national security. The second Trump administration rescinded the AI diffusion rule in May of 2025 and has opened up exports of GPUs for NVIDIA CEO and White House ballroom mega donor Jensen Huang. And just to be clear here, because we are getting into like two very different parts of politics and government with these two branches, I'm just going to go on record and say I really don't think any of these people know what the fuck they're doing with ruling on technology. So just to put that out there,
they don't know what they're doing.
We need people who understand this stuff to create laws about it. But anyway, let's keep going. Delving into the new executive order under Trump, it reads, quote, "It is policy of the United States to sustain and enhance the United States' global AI dominance through a minimally burdensome national policy framework for AI," end quote. This is in stark contrast to the previous administration's stance on the matter, with the current president writing, quote, "I revoked my predecessor's attempt to paralyze this industry and directed my administration to remove barriers to United States AI leadership," end quote. Further, President Trump's executive order reads, quote, "My administration must act with the Congress to ensure that there is a minimally burdensome national standard, not 50 discordant state ones. The resulting framework must forbid state laws that conflict with the policy set forth in this order," end quote. In other words, so much for states' rights. The order continues, quote, "Within 30 days of the date of this order, the Attorney General shall establish an AI litigation task force, aka task force, whose sole responsibility shall be to challenge state AI laws inconsistent with the policy set forth in Section 2 of this order," end quote. Personally, I look forward to the AI litigation task force actually just being a council of 8 different LLMs that all vote on whether the states get federal funding or not, kind of like the thing that PewDiePie built, except in government. The stated reasoning behind the executive order is that regulation at the state level would make AI compliance, quote, "more challenging," end quote, and the White House provided a specific example in which state-by-state AI regulations would, they think, get in the way. Quote, "State laws are increasingly responsible for requiring entities to embed ideological bias within models. For example, a new Colorado law banning, as they call it, algorithmic discrimination may even force AI models to produce false results in order to avoid a, as they call it, differential treatment or impact
They're already
on
doing
protected
that.
groups," end quote. Now, first of all, these things already produce false results.
They
That's not
do,
new.
yeah. They already
and
produce
secondly,
false results.
This is ignoring that they can also be controlled literally
They got like
individually by
Elmer's glue
individual
pizza
billionaires.
recipes
We've
as
seen
well.
this where people like Elon Musk will tweet about how they're going in to modify how the AI behaves and what kind of answer the LLM spits out because they didn't like it or it was controversial or whatever, which it doesn't really matter what politics you believe in or which party you hate the least. Consolidating the power of something that is being used as a search engine replacement and is potentially more capable even than what search engines can do into the hands of literal individual billionaires and trillionaire companies that all have incentives to tweak this shit, that we think is concerning, obviously. It is putting a lot of power into the hands of very few people, and it is...
No, you know what? I wouldn't mind doing that if we instead, at the same time, while they do that, 24 hours a day, they had like 20,000 snipers with a lock on their heads, and like at the same time as well, like a bunch of like satellites armed with weapons, ready to like destroy everything they ever owned and loved, ready to pull the trigger at any time, so that they're forced to live in fear of not being pieces of shit, otherwise they're instantly eliminated. If we had that type of situation, I wouldn't care. Like, I wouldn't have a problem with it, but obviously we don't. Right? Like, they don't have like a giant, like, sort of Damocles or whatever just waiting to come crashing down on them the moment they do, they make things worse. Or whatever. If we did, though, I'd be cool with that. Just having, like, some giant thing just coming down and eliminating them for good.
It's very easy for them to abuse that power. The executive order further states that the framework will ensure that, quote, "copyrights are respected," end quote, which, let's be real, is...
They're not. They're not gonna care.
It's just straight up bullshit. We've already pointed out in our coverage of Meta versus book authors that copyright laws are only for trillion-dollar companies, seeing as Meta knowingly torrented and knowingly pirated millions of copyrighted materials to train their LLMs. Then, they got away with it in court as a fair use ruling. And as we said back then, that's at the same time as
Yep.
smaller groups like us get to fight DMCA and copyright strike and copyright claims the old-fashioned way, which is painfully. As for states that attempt to bypass the new executive order, they risk losing federal funding, and this would be done under the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. Quote, that policy notice must provide the states with onerous AI laws identified pursuant to Section 4 of this order.
No, they need to do instead of these individual states. They need to freaking have like a separate funding to hire snipers to go and murder these companies, the people running these companies, if they do something that they don't like. That's how they regulate them. They regulate them by eliminating them. They should do that then. Just wipe them out. Screw
for
it.
non-deployment funds to the maximum extent allowed by federal law, end quote. Considering the intertwined nature of the mega corporate donors with the federal government when you're looking at companies like Oracle, Meta, OpenAI, Micron, NVIDIA, and so forth, companies like this where they've exchanged in many cases millions upon millions of dollars with different parts of the federal government, that is some mafioso level style intimidation tactics coming from this cartel of AI companies and government now, where it's kind of a nice internet you have in this state, it would be a shame if something happened to it approach. It's not only broadband internet that corporate AI donor-backed administration is threatening. The order also says, quote, executive departments and agencies shall assess their discretionary grant programs in consultation with the special advisor for AI and crypto, and determine whether agencies may condition such grants on states either not enacting an AI law that conflicts with the policy of this order, end quote. Now, power is obviously a big concern as well. Normal people need it for trivial, stupid things like heating and lights, but data centers also need it so they can continue inflating the cost of consumer goods and keeping it out of your hands and building a hardware as a service economy. And so there's obviously a conflict between these two groups where one wants to survive and the other one, well,
you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes,
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions.
Right? You know what? If that's how he feels, then he shouldn't have a problem with us going and murdering his ass. What do you guys think? Right? If that's how like this guy over there feels, if we just had a bunch of snipers just locked on him and then decide that randomly on a whim to just pull the trigger, he shouldn't have any complaints. He shouldn't have any issues, right?
Should the human race survive?
But anyway, their power is more important than yours. The administration's vague executive order has a carve-out for states related to AI data center construction, but at the same time, the federal government is accelerating permitting of and reducing regulations for AI data center construction. The bottleneck has become power from any source. About a week prior to the executive order being signed, Jensen Huang said this.
We have to use every form of energy we can. I believe we can't rely on the power grid. We got to build behind the meter. We obviously need power generation systems. There's no question we should try to encourage and try to accelerate nuclear.
I mean, of course he has a bias towards all this stuff because he's literally profiting off of this whole arms race.
We need to have energy growth very, very shortly.
NVIDIA wants to just sell or lease hardware in any state, even if companies buying it or leasing it have a surplus. And in a recent podcast, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella said the limiting factor for AI was power, not hardware accessibility, anymore at least. So at this point, as we said in the intro, they have managed to hoover up all of the silicon, and now it's like we're not ready to use it yet, but we're just keeping it here in case we need it at some point. As it's like when a dad finds a perfectly shaped piece of wood and saves it for 25 years. It's kind of like that, except it's just GPUs and memory, and it means you're going to pay like 3.5 times as much for a kit of DDR5 6000 that's 32 gigabytes, so you can look forward to paying $500 for it. But anyway, that's great. We're glad that Microsoft has too many GPUs.
The biggest issue we are now having is not a compute glut, but it's a power, and it's sort of the ability to get the builds done fast enough close to power. So if you can't do that, you may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. In fact, that is my problem today, right? It's not a supply issue of chips. It's actually the fact that I don't have warm shells to plug into.
Now, this is actually already happening. Several data centers near the NVIDIA headquarters, even in Santa Clara, California, where land is at a premium and highly occupied, have been built but are non-operational because they're waiting for power from the utility so that you can actually turn on. It could take years, potentially until 2020.
That's the other thing too, like at the rate the things are going, by the time they can turn it on, this shit's just gonna obsolete itself. And then they have to build a new one and then continue. It's so wasteful. All of this shit is extremely wasteful.
for the grid to be able to be prepared for those data centers, which are built to receive full power and to actually be used for something. So not only are the data center companies gloating, while no one else can afford anything, about how much they have GPUs and memory and silicon components that they can't even use because there's just not enough power for it, they also have more land and infrastructure for the future data centers than they can actually use when people can't afford land and when their infrastructure they use daily is deteriorating. It's as if it's some kind of amusement to them too, or they have this problem of too much silicon, they can't even turn it on because the power's not there yet. And this is ignorant, probably willingly, of the plight of normal people who are getting shafted, while companies like Micron boost margin on consumer products to nearly 50% now in order to keep up the pricing and the margin of those consumer products with the data center products, even though the data centers can't even use that hardware right now, which is again why you're going to keep paying more for everything, because if they're buying stuff and they can't even use it, how are you supposed to be able to compete with that pricing? It's completely crazy. And so we, in the more normal communities of using electronics or building computers or whatever, in the past video said it's not about building computers anymore, it's an everyone problem, but all of us are paying for this shit, where this is tech hoarding and real estate hoarding they're doing, which that's been done for a long time now, but the tax breaks they're getting, all of that, it's coming from you in one way or another, even if you're not in the United States. If you're one of our viewers in Europe or Asia or wherever you might be, even if you're not here, it's still becoming your problem, because I mean, you're paying the same crazy fucking memory prices as those of us in the US, and a lot of that is fueled by this AI rollout and obsession that the mega corporations have right now in all nations, but in particular local here to us. And we're still waiting to see what the federal rules and regulations around AI in this capacity might actually look like, but we're skeptical of what a centralized AI policy built by a geriatric group of dinosaurs in U.S. government and all branches of government, all parties. This isn't a political party thing. This is like, that's just what we have. While limiting the power for states to create their own regulations and get more people involved, it just doesn't seem like a formula for good things to happen for normal people. This is something where there needs to be as many people involved as possible because it's early, and we're still at a stage with the data center rollout and AI obsession where we can get things in place to protect normal people before it's too late. And if we throw that away to have a small council deciding on things, and that council also happens to be funded heavily in the tens of millions of dollars by these same mega corporations that would benefit from rulings that minimize things in their way to bulldozing and steamrolling people's livelihoods, then that is not a recipe for a good outcome for normal people, I think. So companies have managed to convince the federal government to go all in on AI in ways that are irreversible. And regardless of what happens with this bubble or with AI, we're going to end up with these data centers literally in our backyards in many cases, basically no matter what, thousands of them, evidently, from what's being built right now. And the power costs will go up, and that'll probably never come down, even if those data centers end up unused, like some of them are right now. Legislators have also been wary of taking away the rights of states for AI regulation. Earlier this year, policymakers tried to impose a 10-year moratorium on AI regulation at the state level in a federal budget bill, but the Senate removed the proposal from the final bill. In our opinion, the lack of federal regulation for AI development up until this point means that companies will continue to recklessly and relentlessly build out AI data centers, acquire as many chips and as much power as possible, and shove AI into every aspect of technology that they can, whether it makes sense or not, whether you use it or not, because they need to create the demand in order to keep the inflated stock prices inflated. We also think tech CEOs are amplifying fears that China will be a leader in the AI space to manipulate the current administration and the government in general to get what the mega corporate CEOs want. This is all for less red tape that gets in the way of making vast sums of money. To quote Markiplier, I think it was unfathomable amounts of money, irrespective of the actual technological or humanitarian uses of the product at the end of it. For the Jensens of the world, and actually in particular him, seeing as he panders to China equally as he does to the US, because he just cares about more money and where it comes from, which is everybody. For people like him, we don't even think it's about which country is in the lead. It's just about he wants to sell GPUs to everybody. He doesn't care. But that's not what they're telling the US government. And we're worried that this executive order prioritizes speed and the profitability of the powerful over concerns around AI that relate to job displacement, false information campaigns, lack of privacy, environmental impact, the cleanliness of your water and air and health around that, global surveillance, and more. Google Sundar Pichai recently talked about some of the concerns.
We will have to work through societal disruption. It will evolve and transition certain jobs, right? And people will need to adapt. And then there will be areas where it will impact some jobs. So as a society, I think we need to be having those conversations.
And that's what our video today is. It's one of those conversations because if the CEO of Google, who is privy to near limitless amounts of data and forecasts, is prognosticating that the world is about to be upended by this technology, then executive orders like these are, we think, opening up Pandora's box. And to us, this isn't about, again, party or political affiliation. This is about what is the impact for normal people at the end of all of this that these companies are fueling right now. And it's about trying to not irreversibly damage the fragile fabric that just barely holds so many people's heads above water. And it's not the tech company CEOs who are treading water right now. It's all the normal people. And I think part of this comes from seeing how the internet came up. Early on, there was a lot of skepticism about the internet when, it kind of climbed meteorically, and then there was a massive crash. And so there was a period where people were rejecting it sort of outright because of just how ridiculously overbuilt and promised it was. And then it kind of settled out, and the internet seemed pretty good for a little while, and you could play StarCraft Brood War, and then everybody was happy. But the thing is, we've seen where the internet's gone, and where the internet has gone is this sort of late state consolidation of power into the hands of just a few companies at every level. Where that could be a few ISPs or internet service providers, a few data center providers, a few social media companies. It's just conglomerates at every stage of the internet. And this has led to an easily manipulated internet, and one where social media in particular has become this sort of dangerous weapon that can be utilized. And so I think for me, part of it is looking back and say, like, okay, well, there was a lot of skepticism about the internet. And so certainly if at the beginning you were like, the internet's never going to amount to anything good, you would ultimately be wrong. But you might have had a point up through some part of that, where if we look at it now, sort of 25 years or so after that big crash, maybe some of those people had a point about having some more safeties in place earlier. It just took a long time for everything to sort of fully manifest where we are today and see the results of how it turned out. So anyway, I think that's where we're at with AI and data centers. It's dangerous. It's a reckless expansion. There's thousands of them being built just in the US alone. And whether or not it's there now, you're going to hear about these things in your backyard. We have hundreds of emails from you all in our audience telling us about data centers to investigate, and we're working on it. We've got a big documentary coming up on that. But anyway, that's it for this one. That's some of the rules at the executive level and that the big companies are pushing for. Keep you updated on it. And subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersnexus.net. Check out the solder mats and project mats if you want something to work on. They are super high quality, durable, thick work surfaces, and helps us directly. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you all next time.
Oh, that's something. Alright. Let's go back to farming here. Where is the thingy? Demon wedges. Oh god, these need like 2 of these track shift modules? God damn. And then 5 of these. Just for like the centerpiece. Damn, that is pretty... Oh. That is pan. And then now we just gotta like AFK farm expulsion.
Let's finish this quickly.
God damn it, it's this stupid Glevin pit tile set. I hate this one. Because I have to do that every single time. And then you just AFK, there we go. And then let's go see, is there anything else to look at? Alright, let's see, what else can we look at then? What is this one? They actually released this thing? I think maybe I've got to be careful with these because in case of shadow banning, I don't know. You guys mentioned that? What is this? Dune Awakening? What is this?
Funcom, a Nordic video game developer who's been around as long as I've been playing games, basically, and one who has made some of the most appearances on our series, Death of the Game, a show where we focus on investigating the largest contributing factors to a game or company's dying or eventual death. Now, Funcom isn't dead, no. which just happened to be covering another of their games. This time, not unlike the other videos, we see another case of a super strong start, amounting to a rocky launch and fumbling even more past that. But Funcom did team up with one of the more unlikely IPs, and one that recently put out a few successful movies even, based on a much older book series, Dune, or the Dune series. Funcom would secure the rights to make a few Dune games, even, and one of those was the hot topic for this video, Dune Awakening. Funcom's survival game with MMO elements, or some mixture of the two, having just launched this past summer in June of 2025. Dune Awakening was able to sell an impressive 1 million copies in quite a jiffy, becoming Funcom's fastest selling game ever. But in no time as well, that success would turn into a beacon of distress, greatly quantifying how many people would know about the faltering launch for the new virtual world. Fans were echoing many complaints in unison, but worse, the player base had fallen off a cliff. Dune Awakening, big budget and popularity and all, being relegated to having fewer players than Funcom's previous survival online game, Conan Exiles. And so, many are wondering, what went wrong? How did Dune Awakening both manage to be Funcom's biggest success and arguably their biggest fumble? Well, detectives, we have a new case and a repeat perp. We have a timeline to ride, and a mystery to solve. Grab your ornithopter, or vehicle of choice, and let's get to the desert. We have a sandworm to avoid. The story begins with Funcom, a Nordic video game developer who's been around since basically the dawn of time and dawn of MMORPGs, having been founded as a company back in 1993, and one who has contributed greatly to that genre as well, with titles such as Anarchy Online, Age of Conan, and The Secret World. Now, besides Anarchy Online, a product of its time, meaning that they had no idea what they were doing at that time period, the other two titles were both loved and then hated, sometimes at the same time by the same people. Funcom would eventually branch out into other games alongside their popular adventure game series, The Longest Journey or Dreamfall, which is actually one of my favorite games too, by the way. One of these genres, popular especially at the time, was the survival genre. Survival games are essentially vertical slices of a virtual world, or MMORPG, playing out much closer to a standard online RPG or lobby-type world. The main kicking factor they lack, or I guess core tenet, is the historical lack of permanence, a core tenet of being an MMORPG or even a virtual world. Funcom, who already had experience with utilizing their previous Age of Conan IP, they utilized for a virtual world already, would take the same mantle again, this time with desires to build a survival game of their own, with some permanence to it. Announced 3 years prior to Dune's announcement though, Funcom would state their desire to create a new virtual world, but not the topic of this video. This time, a survival-focused one, also utilizing the Conan IP. Conan Exiles would be first announced in 2016 before launching into early access in a jiffy the following summer. Conan Exiles was plagued with tons of issues at launch, issues of lag, desync, and issues of a poor combat system on top of things. On top of this, early access or content was quite thin for the game. Despite this, Funcom was dedicated to the game and worked to make it far more serviceable over the years post its launch, managing to climb the game back to a near B rating on Steam. Despite all of that work, however, in the end, Conan Exiles wasn't able to overcome how utterly average its combat was and how totally janky it was. This would become a major clue for their later title as well. Shortly after Conan Exiles, in fact, during its growing pains even, Funcom would announce work starting on an open-world Dune game, and I was already suspicious. How on earth could a game not feel or look like Conan Exiles in some way, based on timing and their usage of the same engine and concepts? Well, according to later reports, creative director Joe Bylos, someone they pulled right off of Conan Exiles, by the way, having previously also worked as a major designer on other Funcom projects for many years, would state that they would take as long as needed for their upcoming Dune survival game, however. Featured at Gamescom in August of 2022 in a major way would be Funcom's new game, dubbed Dune Awakening, and was for the first time called an open-world survival MMO, which, history lesson for everybody, doesn't actually make any sense, and I'll explain. For starters, an open world is an MMO. It's kind of already implied. These are the same things, most likely just being used here as an advertiser buzzword. Second, a survival game MMO is basically like a sandbox-enabled or focused MMORPG. Has already existed as a concept, hell, even the creator of Minecraft worked on one before he would then create Minecraft. For me, this was a red flag. Either Funcom was just hyping things up, didn't know what they wanted the game to be, or wanted the game to be a full-fledged survival-style MMORPG, which is a lofty goal New World was already attempting and gave up on actually trying before they even launched. Trying to satisfy both
Yeah,
audiences
fair
of
enough.
MMORPGs and survival games would actually be tough when the core mechanic of a survival game, the vertical slice genre if you will, is non-permanence and the chance to start again. This helps give you another chance at making things fair in a sense, whereas MMORPG players expect permanence and longer-term progression. These players are similar in ways and have some crossover, but they aren't the same audience. If Funcom wasn't careful, they could end up angering both audiences and satisfying none of them, something they had already done in each genre, MMORPG and survival. Funcom would push things ahead, and after a solid 4 years would announce the closed beta of Dune Awakening in November of 2023. Now, considering I haven't heard anything about this closed beta before, I'm a sad boy I wasn't invited, I don't know how much was actioned on from this beta testing, and that would probably become clearer as the game would become more publicly available anyway. The game would be first previewed in detail March 2024 during the Dune Awakening Direct series. Reportedly, the game was indeed going to be survival focused, requiring players to shield themselves from the powerful sun as well as keep themselves hydrated, including throwing and eliminating your foes and using their blood, inherently creating a rather PvP-centric environment even baked into the PvE in the game. Funcom's idea, according to creative director Joel Bylos, was about combining the love of survival games and MMORPGs and giving survival game players a more long-term form progression enjoyment than they were used to, and then giving MMO players, theoretically, more chances to build in a world that they hadn't had before. There was reportedly play for all group sizes as well. Solo, small, or large was also promised. But even here in the comment section, you can already see some big questions being asked. Players wanted a clear delineation in their eyes. Was this more of a PvE or PvP game? The answer was obviously PvP. But for those unaware, the ignorance could turn quite toxic. And to be fair, they did promise that the PvP was optional. The main concern, though, that I have when I read the comments upon first approach was that they were hoping that the PvP doesn't become toxic, because then it would make the PvE unenjoyable. The second direct talks more about the lore of the game, and the two factions and their hub zones, the Harkonnen faction and the Harko village, and the Atreides and the Iraqi. Interestingly enough, they also reference for the first
You're
time
waiting
how
for
the
transfer,
actual
get a
server
feeling
architecture
it's
is going to work
pointless,
with the
start
game.
again.
And long
New
story
server, you
short,
don't
it's a
know.
sharding system
Only
that
advantage
connects
is to
a bunch of
skip the
different server
exploration.
clusters
Yeah,
together
fair enough.
for a separate world map experience unless you happen to be in the same instance. This goes along with the fact that the game has a world map system that allows you to travel from instance to instance essentially, and it's not a bad idea. Having
Yeah,
existed
fair
in other
enough.
single-player RPGs in a different form, but now theoretically you could even be connected to all kinds of worlds and thus players. For example, you as a player chose your home world, and that was where your character and progression was tied. When traveling the world, you could encounter 40 people server shards, like the Haga Basin, the main PvE area of the game, while the Deep Desert or the social hubs in the game could carry as many as like 300 players. Now, none of these numbers are even close to being massive or classified as an MMORPG except for the fact that the world server can hold up to like 1,500 players, so it just feels like this unnecessary burden you placed on your own game and expectations that come with it. When had you just had called it a survival game with MMO elements, people would have been impressed. And that's what you shifted towards later on anyway. You could have managed and even surpassed expectations. Immediately after this info drop was a delay pushing the game briefly with a promised launch on the PC only, still set to come later in the year, in the summer of 2025. It was a bit strange that so close to launch, key core details were barely being laid out and explained. Meanwhile, Funcom
You play
was
work
dropping
now, and
their
if
MMO
and if
label,
it pops
which they would
off, you
admit
still
only
you stay on the
month
server. If
before
it
the game was
dies,
going to
you'll
launch,
start
and
over
they
on that
told
account.
bizarre
Fair
jargon.
enough.
Whether this was because they didn't think they qualified, or as they stated, they thought that the game was veering too much into the MMORPG direction, which, sorry, doesn't make sense as a pejorative and only makes sense as a pejorative if
But
you
yeah, right
couldn't
now I'm just
deliver on that
AFK
vision,
farming
so you didn't want the
expulsion,
expectations
secret
that came with it.
ladders.
The core of Dune Awakening, though, was a survival
I'll
game.
go through
Spawned,
this.
gathered resources, and built your
But
base,
it's so
and then
boring,
must
man.
defend your base against the
Doing
elements,
the
as well as survive them,
expulsion
or attempt to
AFK
garner
farm.
more loot and make your chosen faction the winner
It's
of
so
the Landsrat
boring.
in the Deep Desert. The Landsrat is the incredibly complex sounding system that's essentially reduced to being just a weekly quest system with rewards for each faction. This has already existed for decades. The winning faction reaps the benefit. Hooray. I might sound like I'm being reductive, and maybe I am because of my voice and stuff like that, thanks genetics. But the system literally is a collection of weekly repetitive fetch or kill quests. Not to mention, the majority of the tasks are just for larger groups and take place in the Deep Desert, the in-game zone that was PvP focused, with really good rewards and benefits. This Deep Desert, of course, was hostile. Think old school RuneScape's Wilderness, but with a rotating map. more instances, and being connected to all of the worlds. This system had the markings of being quite controversial even already, and no, not because it's an in-game PvP zone. The issue being, suddenly the game is more of a survival game, and thus people are wondering, well, like with most survival games, can't we just make a private server or a PvE-focused server that can still experience the content? Funcom's answer, no. In fact, private servers hadn't even been mentioned yet. That meant Funcom had the idealistic goal of combining PvP and PvE players together. But we're trying to spearhead it by introducing an in-game PvP zone. While this might sound like it makes sense, as we soon will find out, to create harmony between PvP and PvE players, something like most MMORPGs almost all exhibit, I should add, you have to build a world for that from the ground up and be careful lest you make the same mistake that New World already made, which was trying to be too hardcore without any idea how, and then capitulating into a totally different and subpar game in the end. In a surprising move, but baller move in my eyes, Funcom would let their new survival game get tested with no NDA. The clever part was the game was front-loaded in terms of content, with the Haga Basin, the main storyline of the game, being able to be completed completely solo even, and this would give players a false sense of what was to come, thinking that the rest of the game was going to be this fleshed out. Ironically, this is a Funcomism, with them most famously having done it with Age of Conan back in the day, who had this very fully voiced interactive story, and then suddenly after that, fetch quests and a marathon running around to follow. This is likely why many players weren't able to find the clues before the game launched. Well, not all players. Detectives, on the other hand, were catching clues left and right. If you check out the Dune Awakening Direct too, you see players were already asking for when the gameplay and combat were going to be showcased, and wanting more of the nuts and bolts to be showcased too. Reading the comments on the Direct 3 though, and you realize some detectives were right from the beginning. Gameplay, more specifically, the combat was shown for the first time, and it was rough looking. Sure, in certain shots it looked serviceable, like with ranged combat and anything with vehicles, but the melee combat was even jankier than Conan Exiles. This was problematic because melee was the primary form of combat in the Dune universe. That's because you can't even shoot a shield with a laser without causing like a nuclear explosion. I say this as a reader of the Dune books. Yeah, I mean, come on guys, you know I had to drop that somehow, but the warning signs were there for Dune Awakening. And that's why despite being a longtime player of Funcom games, including Conan Exiles at nearly 100 hours, I refused to play Dune Awakening, because I saw too many of the same patterns. Funcom would make even more clues this time, in an incredibly confusing manner though, with announcing private servers literally a week before the launch of their game. Catch being, you had to pay for them. And even if you did, they were not fully customizable, which is something that their previous game of Conan Exiles even allowed for. This felt like a slap in the face. At first it felt like the excuse was, well, the game was meant to be more like an MMO, and then they dropped that, and suddenly still committed to the same plan, so people pushed back, and now we have a private server, but they aren't even close to what we're looking for, especially since they are still connected to the same deep desert as them. I'll give you my personal opinion on this whole thing. If Funcom was going to make a controversial decision and integrate an in-game zone for PvPvE with the chance of full loot, if you have a specific Landsrat, for example, outside of it, or they get eaten by a worm or partial loot, like losing materials or resources, they couldn't half-ass it. They had to look at games in the past who already did and attempted this stuff and try to see why they succeeded or failed. That's why we created the whole series, guys. A simple example is allowing for insurance systems, where you can't just lose your stuff, including your structure. This could even include a packing system for structures, which actually existed in Star Wars Galaxies, a game from the early 2000s. Another example is allowing for a social hub that actually has a purpose, besides just being an NPC trade location turn-in, which is what it became in Dune Awakening. You do this by adding multiple things I talked about, and even adding like mini-games and passive buffs for going to certain places, and generally just making places fun to be at and hospitable, not just like set pieces that look cool. And you have to give them more to do than just be heroes or soldiers. Dune Awakening was the perfect kind of game to allow for other alternative paths of play. Gathering only, crafting only, and even like subterfuge. You have to give players a reason to congregate, work together, and socialize, especially in a guild-centric game too. Oof, that's where the other nail in the coffin comes from too. It's the faction system. One of the most powerful tools in balancing a PvPvE game, and almost like required tools, is the faction system. And in Dune Awakening it was a total dud. Dark Ages of Camelot, a PvPvE game from the early 2000s, was able to seamlessly blend PvP and PvE, and they did it by having 3 main factions and dividing their PvP and PvE early game zones properly. We'll talk more about that in a bit though, because regardless of whatever issues were plaguing the game, and promises that they could keep working on it until it was ready, Dune Awakening was set to launch the following month. Dune Awakening would launch June 10th, 2025, and much like Funcom's other past projects, would be actually able to score impressively at launch, with an asterisk, scoring a 78 out of 100 on aggregate website Metacritic from 62 different critics. Dune was also able to score 72% on Steam, and for me, these are pretty good ratings for a virtual world, especially a survival one, massive or not. The bigger question was not the success that
Well,
would
if you
happen
do
at
have fun
launch,
with that.
how they were able to react to problems that would come up after. IGN would score the game an impressive 8 out of 10, claiming that the adaptation to Frank Herbert's sci-fi world was impressive, and that beside a few technical bugs, the story and world building were a joy. From most accounts, players and critics alike would agree with this, enjoying the visuals in Dune Awakening as well, and how authentically Dune the game looked and felt. I personally enjoyed the Dune spin on the survival formula, with laser gathering, cloaked individuals, and ornithopters, and other vehicle gameplay brought forth by Jaeger, a German studio in joint development with Funcom actually. Though players and critics alike would acknowledge what everyone else was acknowledging in droves, especially
I heard it's not nearly as
bugs. I hate bugs.
Papega and boring as Do At Night Abyss's farming, but like, I don't know. I never played it.
Lead to the loss of your items and thus time and enjoyment in a way that most MMOs can't, due to it just being strictly a survival game. Worse, if you had a bug and wanted to report it, one that would include the loss of your things, you would have to deal with the Funcom support team, or the Funcom lack of support team, as they would feign ignorance, claim there was nothing they could do, and basically just find a million ways to tell you there was no way to figure out an inventory system and how to reimburse it. This was a crucial error from the team. When launching a virtual world, you have to be ready for customer and player relations. I know, they suck sometimes. I've worked in customer service, but you have to be on top of things. This includes the loss of items due to your game's issues, something that you have to be sensitive about because, well, it's your fault. This would be made worse by the issues in the deep desert, which we will be covering shortly. Let's first tackle the gameplay and do an Awakening some more. You start in the Haga Basin, where the main plot also begins. And like critics and players have said alike, the story was engaging, and it followed the plot of Dune, of Paul Atreides. Except in this story, he wasn't born, allowing them to kind of experiment with all kinds of parts of the story. Of course, involving you, a Bene Gesserit agent, tasked with finding the missing Fremen and the Sleeper. The Haga Basin
farming this shit is so boring.
Was as if Dune Awakening didn't have all the extra PvP stuff, and was just this cooperative survival PvE game. While you can PvP in the Haga Basin and the abandoned ships, nobody actually does it because in the end it's just losing gathering resources or materials, making it more about like PvG, or player versus gatherer.
What's 51 gigabytes?
60 to 100 hours, depending on how fast you go,
what
you
is?
Complete the Haga Basin story and progression, and be funneled to move
Wait, what's
towards
51 gigabytes?
Especially after achieving your first ornithopter, which allowed you to fly around the overmap. But this deep desert had all kinds of problems. First off, whose idea was it to split it up into a bunch of instances that you can fly around in an overmap? While that's a kind of cool idea, if you're trying to make an actual emergent gameplay game, aka a PvP game, aka things happen in the deep desert.
I mean, that's not that bad. Look at freaking what was the balloon file size now.
Both like literally
it's like, bro, what?
And where to start? The deep desert might have come after RuneScape's wilderness, but it feels even older than it. In old school RuneScape, the wilderness has even more content than the deep desert does. You have bosses, altars, quests with actual story, and of course PvP. You get XP and GP benefits as well from grinding the game's core gameplay. Contrast this to the deep desert and you have a zone that's now primarily about resources, not emergent gameplay or conflict over an interactive map. Worse, it's a zone you had to build in, since it's a survival game and not an MMORPG like RuneScape, or even an MMORPG like Phantasy Star Online, or more accurately, a sci-fi one like Global Agenda. Meaning after the weekly resets, you have to do it all over again. In survival games, historically, this always benefits guilds and those that play in big coordinated groups naturally, making solo or small group play difficult, but even more so in Dune Awakening for a couple of reasons. For starters, the combat is horrible. I'm not gonna mince words like others tried. The combat is janky and it just ends up being a badly animated spam fest in melee. Most players just prefer to grab rockets and blow each other up. Not because that's just the most powerful thing, but because it's also just the most enjoyable thing. And that probably is your first experience as a small group or a solo player, getting blown up. Worse, besides just lackluster design in the
damn, over 100 gigabytes on mobile, that's insane.
The bugs or exploits in Funcom might have actually been like the hard.
Yeah, but what do you expect from like 2,000 plus Yandere dev
You would
clones?
have people build blocking you into your ornicopter.
Right, they got like 2,000 plus Yandere dev clones working there.
To fly into you, instantly killing you in a glitch
Yeah, it's
that would persist
ridiculous.
for months and allow you to be looted by them. Or random
It's
glitches that just
ridiculous,
start happening
man.
that would suddenly make you lose your things, including being eaten by an invisible worm. A recurring theme in the Dune series. Well, not the invisible part. Look, detectives, I have some thoughts about the whole Dune Awakening PvP as, versus PvE thing and how it all shook out. For starters, while players want to hyper-focus on certain aspects when analyzing virtual worlds, survival games or not, you have to pay attention to the whole package, and not that package. I can't not address the elephant in the room either.
Okay.
One that's going to be spammed in my comment section no matter how much I argue otherwise, and if I try to even respond to it, apparently, I'm just mad. That's that many players felt that PvP in Dune Awakening was forced and not fair in a sense.
In front of us on the left side of that pillar up there, guys. They're all stacked like we are.
Wait, are they
Look at they're running at us. Press something. Stop.
But it's so boring just spamming zero letters, man.
It's the dagger meta.
What becomes extrapolated from this and the feelings that it creates are usually doomsday delusional type claims of, see, PvP games never work, somehow ignoring the even larger elephant in the room, or mammoth, that states that the entire genre of survival games is PvP centric, including ones that are almost solely about PvP, like Rust. But there are some noticeable differences here. First, if we look at Dune Awakening as more of a survival game, then people's arguments for having private servers and accessible ones are actually like a strong argument, right? And if you lean into the MMORPG realm more, well then you have grander expectations that the game just totally fumbles on. And part of that is like things like safety, something that's actually more expected in an MMORPG versus a survival game. The best comparison we can make with the Deep Desert is the Wilderness and old school RuneScape.
This is like
Contrary
halfway
to popular
done.
belief, PvP zones, no matter what, are always going to be controversial, and some are going to be way better than others. It's just that in old school RuneScape, you have the Wilderness, sure, but you also have like 300 plus worlds, by comparison to the 80 in Dune. This means that you, with the right dedication and nerddom and sweatiness, could pick the right server at the right time and make your journey through the wilderness much safer. But even then, people complain about the wilderness. I mean, there's a new profession they put behind the wilderness that drove people crazy because of that. And that's in a fairly PvP-friendly game, for a franchise that's now eclipsed $2 billion in revenue lifetime. The point I'm making is, regardless of what you do, if you create something meant to create endless amounts of content or emergent gameplay that involves player conflict, no matter what kind, it's almost always going to be controversial. The reason that old school RuneScape works more than Dune Awakening is because you can avoid the wilderness in old school RuneScape and still have the complete full in-game experience, pretty much. In Dune, limiting resources to a PvP-enabled zone is not inherently bad and doesn't really contradict their claim that PvP is optional. I know, sorry guys. You can't get everything in a world without any risk, not even a virtual world, especially if that's the vision for the game. The most successful virtual worlds have audiences that enjoy both PvP and PvE, but they all approach how they address these players in different ways. So then how did some of these succeed? Well, we have an example. Dark Ages of Camelot, as we mentioned before, is one of the most successful MMORPGs of all time and a pioneer in its genre, especially PvP. Dark Ages of Camelot found success by introducing players to PvE and PvP early, instead of keeping it hidden behind 100 hours of gameplay. This is the same thing one of the game's spiritual successors did most famously, in my opinion, the most successfully in terms of appealing to non-PvPers and casual players alike. And that's Warhammer Online, a game that has PvP from basically like the very beginning of the game. These games knew having these audiences overlap and making PvP accessible, and not building like separate hate factions and whatever else, would be the best approach, especially when an economy is needed to make PvP games work, and those usually include more of a PvE style player. Now, another major key and crucial lacking aspect of Dune Awakening and, well, New World as well, another similar style game we've already covered, was that factions were utterly pointless. They were just coats of paint. They had progression, sure, but it was pretty forgettable and not really unique. AAA devs seem to realize emergent gameplay is so crucial and, well, sexy, but have utterly no idea how to actually accomplish it in a sandbox environment. The whole ado of players can do anything really amounts to just players doing a whole lot of nothing. You need to give players guidance, teach them through repeat experiences, hopefully not traumatic ones, and build their confidence so that they can do things on their own. Factions are a great place to do this. They give you a base jumping point of power and understanding, and literally a starting point for new or returning players who might be baseless, for example. But if you don't actually build out a faction system, pun intended, well, you don't get any of the benefit of, simply just having it in your game. If you want to have a good faction system and a good world besides just having and housing a bunch of murder hobos, you're going to have to build more into the world. There has to be more than just one instance or area for socializing for an entire faction. There has to be more activities, more connectivity between the zones, and roles for players to participate in that aren't just combat related. If the only thing that you can do is gather and kill gatherers, well, that's going to be the core of the game. I saw someone put it really nicely in the comments of a Dune review section one time, that Dune Awakening was a total oops game, full of oops moments. Oops, a bug made me lose all of my stuff. Oops, a bug made me die. Oops, I got killed by an invisible worm. Oops, my guild just got killed by like 6 people that blew us up with rockets. That's not the kind of experience you want your game to be like synonymous with, and that's because expecting players to be assholes should be a given. And if you want to make a controversial shared in-game PvP zone, you should definitely have that in mind. How the changes would shake out after all of this drama would make or break the already struggling survival online game, and what I was seeing wasn't good. Sure, many of the angry fans would be happy, thinking that these changes would somehow mean the game is fixed for them, but these changes were just band-aid fixes, and no actual acknowledgement that the base design of the game was flawed. Funcom would introduce partial warfare or PvE zones to the deep desert, which would seemingly alleviate some of the problem, temporarily, but this wasn't addressing the fact that there wasn't anything to do in the game but mine for resources, and fight people for those resources, and of course build. But once you're done with that, you sort of moved on. The problem is that the game requires a constant monthly upkeep or taxes to keep your stuff, around. If you miss any payments, you could lose your whole base. When you don't build a world to be social, and one that can be like returned to without having like a big negative for that, in the end, achieving power is the only thing you can do, and you have to do it while sprinting on a treadmill. And once you do that, you sort of beat the game. Sure, Dune Awakening was planning for more content at some point, but they were bleeding so many players at an alarming rate, and making radical changes that were angering their core audience that was left. How many would even wait around for new content to drop if the game wasn't enjoyable and continued to lose players? Still, Dune Awakening, Shifty Sand or not, would be the company's fastest selling release yet, selling a whopping 1 million copies at a full price of $50. But whether or not they could keep this player base with how the game was designed to keep running on would remain to be seen. And things weren't looking good in that direction unless major changes would happen. Patch 1.110 would drop just weeks after launch and would introduce some nice changes to the death and respawn system, as well as reportedly fixing many of the game's exploits. Oh yeah, we talked about bugs, but we didn't really talk about exploits. They're more of like something that players figure out how to do over and over again for a massive benefit. And in Dune Awakening, like in Age of Conan much before it, it was plagued by tons of them. You had duplication glitches, item infinite repair glitches, even a way to stack a temp buff to make you invulnerable, a bug that let players loot a crash ship entirely, and even having the ability to fly and travel underground. Funcom had this super weird approach to numerous exploits too. They would claim, hey, things are fixed, and then patches later claim the same thing. But as of just weeks ago, I've been told by players that player exploits still exist, and the game still doesn't feel 100% yet. It was just a total mess, and like with Age of Conan, a mess on a grand scale for all to see. The next patch would allow for Tier 6 resources, which were normally locked behind specific spots in the deep desert, to be pushed to wider areas in the PvE section of the deep desert. Again, this was just shifting the problem to another region of the map. Had a massive amount of players who enjoyed the game pre-Deep Desert and were bummed that the endgame was only taking place there. That's not the same as them not feeling it's fair they can't get the best stuff though. It's more so that they just feel like they're not even included. And can you blame them? The factions and NPCs in the game have little to no impact, so unless you're a murder hobo, or organized guild, or someone really who likes to scramble away like a fleeing roach whenever being chased, there was little place for you in Dune Awakening. So moving resources around seemed helpful, but for who? The better alternative was to find more ways to include players who didn't want to travel to the deep desert, or give those players who did more tools to escape if they weren't combatants. An example of this is showcased in Albion Online, a fairly PvP-centric game. Gatherers and crafters can wear special gear that makes catching them out in the open actually quite difficult, and it gives them a ton of tools to flee the scene. Funcom's decisions were being made. They weren't being idle about things, but their decisions were piecemealing everything, and weren't at all fixing the larger problems, even beside the deep desert. The new changes would amount to even more slicing up of the deep desert. At this point, if players weren't okay with your core design, they were already not going to be okay with the game regardless of how much you kept trying to plug holes in it in small ways. Now you're just pissing off the players who actually liked it. That audience that you grew with titles like Age of Conan, a hardcore PvP game, and Conan Exiles, another hardcore PvP game. A common sentiment I had sent to me by players like this was that, hey, we felt that the game was already being made for us, and they were clear about it. And now they're changing it away from that, and we're losing enjoyment because less players are playing the game, and more zones are being divided, so even less players are available. Even as a roadmap was released, showcasing more content to come, something Conan Exiles utterly failed at even though they did release one. By the way, fans just didn't have much faith. Not only because of prior experiences, but because the population of the game was jumping off of a cliff, starting at a whopping 189,000 players peak, which was super impressive, and moving within just 2 months down to 46,500 players peak. It was going to be hard to plug these massive gaping holes in the core foundation of their game, especially as the dark cloud around the game would only continue to grow. Sure, some players would make the distinction that the game was still pretty good outside of the end game, but less and less over time would make that distinction, making the overall perspective from Dune Awakening, from the outside perspective, quite a negative one, which is a shame. Because there's some quality there, it's just attached to a whole other game that just didn't work. But the biggest kicker for me was even when you could on one hand give Funcom some credit for how active and fast their updates were coming out, the problem was the updates were the sort of stuff you already expected a company with 20 years of experience to have figured out.
Damn.
You have to realize, the Funcom team that built Dune Awakening is largely the same core team that built the previous online games. Whether that's good or bad, they stuck with many of the same developers. This kind of approach has its positives. It works in building synergy, and it has a crew that just works really well together, right? But what if you don't have the talent to fill those gaps, and you need to? My issue with staying with the same team, title after title, is that these titles have had some massive blundery aspects to them, and if you're still making those same mistakes and barely adding things like an auto toggle run later on after the game comes out, it just means that like the developers aren't learning, whether from their mistakes or applying themselves to playing the games in the genre. With Dune Awakening dropped to a 59% mixed score, Funcom was already having to hold on to their butts. Chapter 2 was a free update that would update some things.
Okay, free update.
That kind of goes without saying. But with the Lost Harvest DLC, which cost $13 as a paid DLC, you could now progress the story further. But the story was a one-chain quest for a vehicle that you essentially wouldn't ever even use, a bike. Worse, players had expected a new building set, but actually only just got a couple of pieces. And weirdly enough, the vehicle I just mentioned doesn't even fit in those pieces. People were even going as far to call this DLC a scam, or that it could have introduced the story for free and over email without having to make you curry your quest around the map for some reason over and over again in a sci-fi game. Remember, Funcom was a self-publisher. Sure, their departments are probably functioning separately, but what I'm trying to say is that they didn't need to push this DLC out at the price that it was, with so little to show for it. They could have just used this as an opportunity to give good grace and show that they had more in store to come. Instead, players feel like you're monetizing them for finishing the game, and content that feels like it was cut from the game in the first place even, or could have been included in a free update. You can see the community's feelings of betrayal reflected in the population, I think. Where although the previous month it held quite nicely, at the start of October things would half that and dropped to just 21,000 players peak on Steam. Taking literally months to come up with the idea, Funcom would finally implement a vehicle recovery system in Dune Awakening, which would allow for players to pay a fee in Solari, the game's currency system,
I'm just like so bored. I'm like trying to keep myself awake.
Revive their vehicle. You would have up to 2 days to complete this process. This was a solid gesture.
Doesn't help how like farming secret letter things is just so boring.
Has already existed in other games. Why did Funcom seemingly do no market research to find out that they could have perhaps softened the blow for the PvE-centric players if they thought about bringing this into the game whenever it launched? I mean, it would help PvE players if they knew that they could mitigate more losses. I mean, it was a good update, though, but people were really expecting more on the update front, especially on the base front, which was still a tedious process of being unable to unpack your base for travel or even just take a break and not play the game. That update would take another month to drop, and alongside it would come with server transfers, starting with the base backup tool. It was the ability for players to basically copy and paste their bases and pack them up to place them elsewhere, or at a later date. A cool system, but we're talking nearly 6 months after the launch of the game that people have been asking for something like this. It's not a small ask either. The downside to not delivering on people's promises, or rather desires here, is the same as making sure that a disgruntled player is not going to leave your game and never come back, because they know they're coming back to nothing. So it's a compounding issue. Server transfers, on the other hand, and why they weren't at launch, I have no idea. Although all players share the same deep desert technically, remember, world servers are at under 100 with a couple dozen per region. Early on at launch, some players thought that due to the sharding system they could still play cross-world server, but that wasn't the case, making your choice of server very punishing, especially when playing in the group was so crucial in Dune Awakening. Allowing them now to have server transfers felt like not just a slow move, but kind of like a slap to the face, when the population of the game was only at like 12,000 peak players now.
I'm like trying to keep myself awake, man.
And thus, the server transfers weren't really holding
Between doing it a bit in the video there, it's just like
with tons of players is now the same
I have like no interest in either.
amount of servers, but with only a little bit amount of players on each of them. While this sort of arrangement can work out for some survival games as the community then expands the game alongside the developers, which is what Conan Exiles did, Dune Awakening didn't allow for that, making it, this is what you get. And I can't imagine a server functioning properly even as absent as they are already from community aspects existing in the game with only 10 players. More changes would come, such as the ability to transport vehicles, which was a cool and very sci-fi touch in addition. But a slightly controversial update would also be pushed during the same time, and pushed where the most casual fan base left playing Dune.
Yeah,
and
I'm like falling asleep, man.
To personal loot. Now, sorry, personal loot to me is not something that should ever really happen that often. Sometimes, sure, as it does feel rewarding and it's an easy way to make everyone feel included, but if a game is based on personal loot, it kind of ruins the actual connectivity of the game and the looting aspects and how fun that is. Personal loot rewards avoid making contact and conflict. So while somebody might have had like something on a timer before, now somebody has something on a timer and they don't have to interact with you. Which also goes against the whole core of what Funcom was trying to build.
I hate the Cleven Pit tile set.
Online, where whenever you kill a player in a factional warfare, you get some loot from it, like gold and like a trinket. The point is it works in certain games, but not in the games built around full looting and looting other players usually with like
I'm just like struggling to keep myself awake, man.
In a cooperative game, however, it could work, like The Forest has at times. But that game's not about PvP at all, showing maybe once again that perhaps Dune Awakening was better off not being as well. I know this might surprise some of you since I've been defending the initial vision, but I was defending that vision in the sense that that was what they wanted. And if they wanted that, they had to commit to it. But as a fan of Dune, I don't think that this should have been a PvP-centric game, let alone even have PvP in the first place. There's tons of survival games that don't. The Forest, like I mentioned, Grounded, and many more. Why did Funcom think PvP whenever they thought about the Dune franchise? I thought they were fans, because I just don't see it. These are people without established ways of living in a modern context, meaning that they're just like fighting for basic survival. The concept of like PvP for status or factional warfare doesn't really make sense in a more kind of like obvious sense, like in Dark Ages of Camelot. PvP works in Fallout because people are more established and, well, eccentric. But when the biggest focus in Dune is just surviving Arrakis, why are people spending so much time fighting each other? And before you tell me conflict existed in Dune, obviously it does, but primarily from the perspective of the Fremen, the underdogs.
It's this stupid shit, man. I'm farming wedges.
Why is factional inter-PvP even in the game from a story perspective? I'll say
honestly, like I don't care much about the video.
Should have been a PvP.
I don't like even. I didn't even know about that game. Oh, whatever. I'll mark it as watched. It's this shit, man. I've been doing it in the background with this.
To teach him a lesson, let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
This shit is pain, man. Right, because we keep getting shit drops. I won't even have half of the freaking blueprints I need. I hate this tile site because I have to do this.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to please.
Alright, I'm just stretching. Oh, we're gonna finish the wedges so I can at least thing. What do you mean pretty early?
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back.
It's something, man.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits.
Wait, we've been live for 8 hours? God damn. Damn, it's already 7 a.m. It's so dark outside still. It's like 7 a.m. and it's just like completely pitch black outside my window. I did not even realize it was 7 a.m. already. I hate these wedges, man. They need to, like...
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap
I wouldn't say it went well, nah. Not really. We kind of talked about it earlier, but like, not really.
To me.
No.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly.
Oh yeah, this is just so freaking boring and just... Ugh.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Stock expenses, transportation costs. How much was it? Damn it, I forgot again. I feel lost without my account book.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Mission wrapping up.
Alright, now we just wait for this now.
The enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Stock expenses.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Damn it, I forgot again. I feel lost.
The drop rate is so ass for these
Leave
wedges.
them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
It's just so painful, man.
I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Stock expenses, transportation.
Right, how exhilarating, how exciting this is.
Damn it, I forgot again. I feel lost without my account book.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
And then this shitty tile set.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Alright, now we just wait. Come on.
Stock expenses, transportation costs. How much was it? Damn it, I forgot again.
Alright, come on.
I feel lost without my account.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any
The
salvageable
freaking
bits
drop
of
rate
gold
for these things is just pain. The drop rate is so painful.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy,
God damn it.
easy. Time to roll up our sleeves.
Come on, game, hurry up. Like, I'm falling asleep here. This grind, man, it's just so boring and tedious. And they want you to do so much of it. It's way too much. It's way too much. We're just sitting here too the entire time.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find.
What are even the commissions now? This loading is taking forever, man.
I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this
Let me just wait for that one. Alright, it's just so boring, so tedious, and like they give fuck all for doing it, man. At least let me count it as like 10 runs at a time. Like it just like actually sucks. And like that's kind of the problem here. They want you to do way too many of these. And like this is just not engaging. The whole process of farming wedges is just awful.
because I chose to live on. Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Now for the next one. Yeah, pretty much, man.
Let's finish this quickly.
No, I go play. I go do +10. I make my review and then we quit. I get +10 of all the new wedges just so I can like drive it home. And for like it's like for those who are like complaining or whatever, I'm just like I even got +10 on all the new wedges. Shit's just awful. To like further drive it home, I guess. Hey, and that way at least I can free up space on my SSD.
I feel lost without my account book.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Alright, that's 6 out of
To me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits.
10 of those now. Because one of them's being crafted.
This quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Mission wrapping up.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area.
But yeah, secret letters are just so boring, man. It's like, the problem isn't that you have to do the grinding, it's just, the grinding itself is just, it's not fun or enjoyable or anything, it's just awful.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Because I chose to live on. This commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy. Time to roll up our sleeves. No abiding contact. All right, that should be enough to teach you a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
But yeah, it's just, and then we gotta do it again.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Alright, and then after that I have to like go and craft the thing. This is so mind-numbing, man.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
And then I click it again. And like the worst part too is like when you get like a good stage to farm, you don't want to like stop and like you want to like finish it out because you don't know when the thing will come back. Because of how awful the freaking covert commission stuff is.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and
This shit is just pain.
Stock expense.
Pure pain.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Not the enemies in this area. Easy peasy.
Oh yeah, Glyphum Pit has like the worst freaking tile sets for these when you're farming them. Right, like even if it's a different map, it's still gonna be like extremely boring. Like you're just waiting there. You're just sitting there waiting and then
All to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Which one? I think it's the weapon. I don't know.
Let's finish this quickly.
No, it's the weapon. It's not a skin. I think it's a defense sword. I just put whatever there to like a random to like AFK passively give it experience, but I forgot to like even do the thing there to send the weapon on.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
But yeah, this shit is just so ass.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly.
Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves. Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson.
But this is faster than Dismantle.
Damn it, I forgot again.
If you get this tile set, this is straight up faster than Dismantle.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
That specific, I think the Fortress tile set,
Let's finish this quickly.
this one is the fastest.
Of chores waiting for me at home.
If you get this in Expulsion.
The currents will silence. So, this commission is about taking out the
Wait, this one is just straight up faster than Dismantle.
time to roll up our sleeves.
Right, like you're done in like 20 seconds.
Enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Damn it, I forgot again. I feel lost without my... Go to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly.
If you get that tile set, it's faster than Dismantle, yeah. You notice? Because with Dismantle, you still have to position yourself and aim towards destroying the thingies after you activate the thing. So this is even faster. But like, I have my thing built up for better AFK farming. Intron 2 Rhythm, Intron 6, on Rebecca. Rebecca's weapon is at Smelt 5. Rhythm's weapon is at Smelt 5. But this tile set not that great because of the bottleneck here. But like, it's because I like maxed them out. That's why.
Stock expense. Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Should be enough to teach him a lesson.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Glevin Pit is the worst map though. Like Glevin Pit tile set has like the worst everything. I mean, like, of course you'd be yawning if this is what you're doing, man. You're just sitting here, just waiting for this shit to go on just so you can click the thing again.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Alright, like, this is just...
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Alright, this is just so shit, man.
Transportation costs. How much was it? Damn it, I forgot again. I feel lost without my account book.
Because, like, and we're also just waiting for these mobs to come in closer so they can die. Because they spawn so far away in this shitty tile set.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area.
Mission wrapping up.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
The enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Stock expenses, transportation costs.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
I feel lost without my account book. Salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Alright, at least walking forward over here should be a bit faster.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. I have tons of chores waiting for me.
Mission wrapping up. This commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Okay, I really hate the freaking Glevin Pit tile set.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
The fact that I have to do all these secret letters one by one is just
Taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
Stock expenses, transportation costs. How much was it? Damn it, I forgot again.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any
Alright,
salvageable
now I need
bits
2
and
more of these resolve blueprints.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Mission wrapping
And then after that I gotta work on the other one too.
It's about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy
Uh.
peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
We at Ace.
Wow, this freaking dumbass is like made a short about the Asus thing. Alright, like this dude, whatever. He's like, they're gonna make RAM. No, this doesn't.
Asus are happy to announce that we are going to start producing RAM in 2026.
This means literally nothing. Unless Asus builds a fab, nothing will change.
Yes, with Micron going all out with AI, we at Asus see an opportunity to grow our market selling directly to consumers. We're hoping that this will offset
This
the current
is
shortage of
no
RAM. Yes, and 64 gigabytes
different
of DDR5 won't cost
from how
$1,000.
companies like
across the board.
Corsair get
Graphics
their
card production up as well. That's the plan. Similar to our partnership with Xbox with the Asus ROG Xbox Ally, we
All
want to
they
prioritize gamers as we look forward to
do
the
is
future for manufacturing
resell.
RAM as well as our new graphics cards. Out of every other company, I didn't think that Asus would be the one to clutch up and save gaming. Gamers will actually be able to build PCs again. We at
This
Asus
promo,
are
let's
happy
see,
to
what was
announce
it?
that we are going to start producing RAM in 2026.
Yo, let's go! Finally! Some good
news for gaming. When Micron announced they were selling all of their crucial RAM to AI data centers, I thought we were cooked. Yes, with Micron going all out with AI, we at ASUS see an opportunity to grow our market selling directly to consumers. We're hoping that this will offset the current shortage of RAM. Yes, and 64 gigabytes of DDR5 won't cost $1,000. This is
Everyone
a
else
huge
is a
W
lie.
across the board. Hopefully.
Like, this means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. It just means ASUS wants to join being a freaking RAM reseller. That's all. They just want to join being a middleman selling RAM.
I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
It's like the most worthless freaking thing ever. They're not actually making the chips. Like, are they actually, like, building up a fab? Because, this doesn't say anything about them building up a fab. All it's saying is they're just gonna, like, run a RAM production line, which probably just means that they're just gonna be packaging the thing. I highly doubt they're gonna go build up a fab, especially with, like, the stuff involved with doing that. So, like, that means, like, nothing. Like, it means absolutely nothing.
Let's finish this quickly.
People are, like, on some mad copium, man. It just means they're selling whatever their RAM stockpile is. That they bought from, like, Micron and shit. Micron, SK Hynix, or, Samsung. They're not actually, like, making the actual chip. Unless they're actually building up fabs, this means nothing. Alright, like, how clueless people are when they realize this means nothing. Because all this is doing, all that they're probably gonna do is just, they make these modules, slap their branding on it, and that's it. They make the board, solder the actual memory chips, which is this stuff on there, the capacitor and the memory controller on the board, and then sell that. That's it. They're not actually making the memory chips. They're not making these things. Because right now, only 3 companies in the world can make these. Only 3 of them, and like, it means absolutely nothing. Right, that's why the whole thing is just cope.
Enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our
Right, that's why I'm like, are they gonna actually make a fab? But there's no mention of that. Micron, SK Hynix, and Samsung. You know, you can even, like, find out which manufacturer made the RAM chips on your graphics card or your RAM modules. If you just open up CPU-Z, it'll, like, tell you. Like, when you go look under the memory information, it'll tell you who made the memory chips. GPU-Z will tell you the same thing for the GPU chip, the GPU RAM chips. It'll tell you which one. Like, it'll have that information on there, and, like, it'll tell you, okay, which factory produced the thing. Actually, yeah, I can, like, pull it up to show you. I can even show you, right? Right, so this is CPU-Z, right? You guys know this program, right? It's a thing you can download whatever, it'll look up your information on your computer, right? So, I have a Ryzen 9 7950X3D, that's the code name, and this is the max CDP, the socket, the voltage, whatever, right? The stuff on the CPU, there's all the cache. Cool, 16 cores, 32 threads. You go to main board, it'll even tell you about your motherboard, which BIOS revision you're on. I literally never updated my BIOS because I've just been too lazy and the thing's stable, so I saw no reason to. But like, I could if I want to, right? All this stuff here, right? Cool, memory. It'll tell you, okay, I'm running dual channel, of course, DDR5 6000, which is 6000 mega transfers, but it's gonna say 3000 megahertz there because that's the actual clock rate. Yeah, so like, when you see like the thing advertises like megahertz or whatever for memory, just keep in mind they're probably lying, and that's not the actual speed it's running at. You know, the D in DDR is for the first D is double, right? So it means that like for every clock cycle it'll do things twice. So this is like the number they'll give you is this times 2 for double data rate. So that's how they get the 6000 whatever. And then you have all the specs here, right? Cool. And you go to the speed tab. Right here, it'll tell you the actual specs of the module. So in slot 1, this is what I have here. The manufacturer brand is Team Group. They rebranded it, and it's from SK Hynix. This is the actual company that made the RAM. You can check it yourself, right? You just get the CPU-Z, run it on your computer or your laptop, and you can see for yourself who made it. So in like my case, SK Hynix. Right, the second stick, obviously again, SK Hynix. The third one, SK Hynix, because this is 4 16GB modules for 64 gigs of RAM that I have here. Right, you can like see the whole spec and everything. I have 64 gigs of RAM in my machine, 4x 16GB. Yeah, this is GPU. I can check that. Oh, here. I can even see the GPU. So Samsung made the RAM for my graphics card. And in this case, this is Samsung for that one. But yeah, and the only other manufacturer is Micron. They're the only other manufacturer, but you can like check it yourself. Right, like you can install CPU-Z and like it'll tell it to you themselves. Like it is just they'll tell you. But yeah, so like now you know. There's only 3 manufacturers for RAM. Only 3. Everyone else is just making boards that they're soldering the RAM chips to. Nobody else makes them.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Which is why I'm like, it is mad cope to think Asus is actually doing something. Because what's really gonna happen is they're just gonna be rebranding their chips. Right? Like, on the package of my RAM, it said Team Group. But then you look into it, it's like, oh no, SK Hynix made the actual RAM. They just put their brand sticker on it. Right? Like, that's the reality. And that's why there's a shortage. Because there's only 3 makers. There's only 3 of them. There's also like a mobile app of CPU-Z which will check the thing on your phone as well. And you'll get the same information on your phone if you check it. And you can see, okay, who made the RAM in your phone? Because you can look that up as well.
Let's finish this quickly.
Because there is like a block of data that's like, that actually has all that information there from the vendor. And the reason why is it's also programmed to have the information on like what's the voltage range and everything, what clock it is, what's the latency, and the timings for the actual memory thing. and that's like baked in there, and it's just all the app is doing is just reading that information.
Lost without my account book.
And that's like, and because of that, it's like, okay.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
And then you can like just see it, who made what. Right, that's why it's like pure copium to think Asus will change anything.
This commission is about taking out the
Like, realistically speaking, Intel is in a more realistic position to make RAM than fucking Asus. Intel is in a more likely position to do so. Because Intel actually has fabs. Asus does not. That's why I'm just like, yeah, that's just bullshit.
enough to teach him a lesson.
Unless Asus actually builds fabs. Right, like nothing's gonna change.
Transportation costs. How much was it? I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies.
And like, here's the other thing too. The RAM, like all these manufacturers like are working on making, are shifting to, the reason why there's no supply, is because the stuff they're making. Oh, let me just like find a good picture of it. The way, like, it's not the traditional like memory chips that you see here. This stuff, you know, you can put this on like, you know, this stuff on like it's consumer modules or like server RAM modules, whatever. That's not what they're making. No, what they're trying to make is HBM memory, which the way you handle this thing. Let me find a picture of like let's see. Here. There's a good picture right here. Okay, this picture right here. Basically, these two smaller chips here is the RAM. They have to physically put it on the same substrate as the actual chip that is being the memory module of, because of the amount of pins and how short the connection for signal integrity needs to be. So like they actually have to get this interposer stuff made out, and there's like another extra substrate underneath it to connect the actual chip, whether it be a CPU or the GPU module there, and then it has to like connect directly to the memory chips. So like the stuff that they're making is this stuff. So like you can't really do much with those. So like even after like all the stuff blows over and the bubble pops, nothing will change, because it's not like they have anything to flood the market with. Because there's no you would have no use for this. Right? The companies making your phones and stuff would have no use for that. Literally the only thing that has a use for that are the AI GPUs and co-processors and stuff that they're like making. Those are the only things that can make use of that. Nothing else can actually use it. And like keep in mind, they have to like make a specialized memory controller to address this stuff. This is just like a picture of like an old GPU from like 7 years ago. Because I needed just something that is an easy example that like there's a picture readily available of what it looks like. And then like I remembered AMD had the thing for Vega like that. But yeah, like, and that's what it looks like in you know, when you take it off. That's why you don't see all the smaller RAM chips all the way around it and everything, because it's it doesn't need to be there. Right. That's just what it looks like. And of course, though, with like the bigger AI GPUs and stuff like that NVIDIA's pushing, the substrate and interposer things is much larger, and there's a lot more of those HBM modules than just 2 on the board. Right, especially the ones with like 96 gigabytes of memory. You can just imagine like the entire thing is just like all around, of just the RAM modules around. But yeah. Let's see. Like, what was it? What's like a good example of the card there? B200. Let's see the B200 die. Yeah, so like, even like, the thing that they're like really trying to sell and push out. You can't really see it that well, but this is, there's what, 4, 8, 12, 16 HBM modules per die. 16 HBM modules. And that's how they get to 96 gigabyte. Right, you can kind of see it there. There's 16 HBM per die for the Blackwell thing. Keep in mind, this is the same chip that's in the 5090, except without these. And I think it's a little bit smaller, like a little bit of this part here is like shaved off from the memory controller, and it's just using GDDR7 memory instead. But the actual big one that they're selling to data centers, slightly bigger memory controller, and then it's given the HBM stuff. But yeah, that is what's going on there.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Right.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy.
So like, yeah. That's what's going on there. And that's why it's like, even when it blows over, it's still going to be a disaster. Because there still won't be a supply.
Man, I forgot again. I feel lost without my account book.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
But hey, now you guys know.
And any salvageable bits and bobs lying around?
Oh, I accidentally clicked on something.
I have tons.
Alright.
Damn it, I forgot again. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
At least we're almost done with that one.
enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Yeah, this is just paying, man. Farming this shit.
Because I chose to live on. This commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy. Time to roll up our sleeves.
Stock expenses, transportation.
All right, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
I feel lost without my account book.
And like, it doesn't help as well how little karming globules you get from doing this. It's just another big slap in the face.
I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this commission is about taking out the enemies in
There we go. Done with that one.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Got 9 of those. Now I have to like slowly craft them. Right, this thing takes forever to craft. Whatever.
Who's the target today?
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
Yeah, that thing that has 40. That takes up 24 pieces. This takes up 40. Oh my god, this shit's gonna like... This shit's like really guzzling the things down. But yeah. And that one gives skill damage when the skill efficiency is high enough. Oh wait, that thing alone will just give it once it gets the thing. I just realized that the skill efficiency on this thing at base is a bit lower. But then it'll give a bunch thing once it's like upgraded. Yeah.
Who's the top?
Oh, it is what it is. Oh, we got... I have a 10 pull here on the standard banner. What did I get? Okay. The truffle and filbert skin. Cool.
Who's the target today?
Filbert! Wakey wakey! It's time to leave!
So this one needs to get farmed at some point for all the skill duration. Alright, eventually I'm gonna have to farm that one, which I'm not looking forward to, because it's pain.
Who's the target today?
Oh, I didn't smelt this yet. There we go. Now that one's max smelt. Okay, I think I need to like get Pan's inspo like farmed. Pan's inspo is expulsion. So that thing will need to get AFK farmed. And I'm going to need a shit ton of coins. So let's see, what can we get rid of? Ooh, look what we have here. This one. Get 20 to 20,000 of that.
Just give me a sec. I didn't lose him. Whoa, you got yourself some cool new gear.
Alright, let's see what junk wedges we can get rid of.
Don't worry, I won't break it.
Yeah, I definitely don't need a 400 of these. So now we have some more carmine globules. Wait, I don't think I got enough of these. I think I need to get one more of those. So let me go get that real quick.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home. Huh.
Surely that'll give me the last blueprint I need there for this one. Right, now we wait. And then we end off. I guess we'll look and see if there's like anyone to raid out to before we end off here. Right, we might as well keep the train going after all. Let's see, anyone doing ToF? Not even in English. God damn it. ToF's so dead. Let's go with, who do we raid out to then? Yes, we're still suffering, man. I don't know, who do we raid out to before we end off? Or you guys want to go? It's more of, it's just like after this one more defense run, I have to like put it to AFK farm more demon wedges so I can craft the rest. Yeah, he playing the fake game. I guess so.
Currents will silence you.
Oh yeah. We'll just go there.
Mission wrapping up.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
They didn't even drop the thing. Okay, when it drops the last blueprint, then we raid out. Alright, once it drops the last blueprint, we raid out, and then I go sleep.
Let's finish
This was
quickly.
pain.
I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Alright, this Duet Night Abyss section is just pure pain. We literally spent 3 hours doing secret letters. Secret letter commissions. And it's just, but yeah, dismantle isn't even that fast. If you get lucky with the tile set with the right setup, expulsion is faster than dismantle. Like, actually. I have no idea. Right, I didn't even bother to go after getting the new character and everything yet. I'm gonna go get all the wedges done and then do the fucking immersive theater after that's done. Because I might as well make it way easier. And slightly less painful to do. But man, is it just rough. Right, it's just rough.
Mission wrapping up.
But yeah, like pretty much now I just need to get like all the mods so I can craft all the +10 wedges. Oh, get +10 all the new wedges. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, the pain is coming, man.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and
Alright, here we go. That's the last one of those I needed. Alright, that's the last one of those. Because all that's left to do now is forge everything. Alright, like all that's left to do now is forge everything and it's pain. It is pure pain.
Who's the target today?
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
Alright, and like you need to get these ones so you can get the tolerance cap up. You need like the new wedge if you want to like the new one at +10, the new center one at +10. If you want to be able to even use the thing there, this one at +10. Because like it really eats it up, and then I need to like get dupes and everything. Because it really eats up your slot space or whatever. Right, like when this thing is maxed out, it's gonna be like 30. It's gonna take up like 30 slots or whatever. Yeah, you gotta do a lot of the painful stages, man. You gotta do a lot of the painful stages. I don't either. I hate doing them, but I've been doing them. It is so ass. And don't forget you gotta do this shit to farm coins as well. Because you're gonna need a lot of those. And then you gotta farm an absurd amount of defense as well. You're gonna have to like eventually farm an absurd amount of these.
Who's the target today? What a ball!
It's just pain, man.
Watch upon the shore of the river of life.
The Forsaken have set up a dangerous bomb here. If we don't destroy it, everyone found one of the soldiers of the Forsakens!
Yeah, I know, we're at 9 hours.
Finale flare from blowing up. So taking down these soldiers should work in our favor. Let's go! Finale flare's detonator is exposed. Time to wreck it! Jeez, it's not like we planted this bomb. How come all enemies are coming at us? Finale flare is dismantled. Now let's get out of here.
Those drifting towards the misty sea shall find solace in her embrace, borne upon the rains of renewal, to merge with the next endless stream.
I need more bro boxes, man. I need my shiny bro boxy.
I stand watch upon the shore of the river of life.
The Forsaken have set up a dangerous bomb here. If we don't destroy it, everyone's lives will be in grave danger. Found one of the soldiers of the Forsakens! The client asked us to prevent Finale flare from blowing up. So taking down these soldiers should work in our favor. Let's go! Finale flare's detonator is exposed. Time to wreck it! Jeez, it's not like we planted this bomb. How come all enemies are coming at us?
Those drifting towards the misty sea shall find solace in her embrace, borne upon the rains of renewal, to merge with the next endless stream.
But yeah, eventually we'll get all the weapons maxed out. Either, Mortem non-Timeo. Welcome, we're about to end soon. Almost done, like, farming all the new wedges to +10. Now it's just waiting for them to get forged. And got all the blueprints and everything. Now it's just the forging step. And it was pain. Pure pain.
Who's the target today?
No. I don't think so. do we ascend next?
What a ball.
I'll eventually ascend everything.
What a ball.
Oh, that thing needs to get leveled up and everything as well. Okay, I'll have that thing be the next focus of whatever I AFK farm next.
What a ball.
Yeah, eventually I'll have all of those leveled up. Alright, gotta eventually get that thing all the way. Yeah, things are just pan, man. I still didn't even do like all my bounty commissions for the week yet. So I'll have to get that done at some point. Yeah, we went through the hell of getting all the blueprints and stuff for those ones. Oh wait, no, I actually didn't, I still need to get like 50 copies of this one, and then the stupid, covert commissions here done for this one. Alright, that needs to eventually get done. Yes, I saw craft progress. It's like 3 hours. For the new, like, thing, it's like 3 hours total. Because you have to craft one thing and then use that to craft the next thing. And it takes like 2 hours for the second step. For the wings inspo stuff. You have to like craft the one thing and then you have to put that in the other thing. It is pain. It is pure pain. Oh yeah, we'll just end here for now. Oh, let's go raid out. Right, as usual though guys, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time and like happy holidays and everything. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.